Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Entering Soul Society. Kurosaki Clinic. The day had finally come. 2 weeks of preparations and now it was time to put it to the test. It was after the fireworks festival, one last day of fun, one last day of safety, one last day before they went out to save Rukia. Ichigo softly stroked his little sister's heads as they rested on his lap, wanting to spend a little more time with their big brother. It took some stern and rather mean lectures from family and friends to remind the twins that they were more of a liability at their level, so they settled for staying with their brother for one more night, which Ichigo obliged. It wasn't until midnight that Kon, in his stuffed lion body, came up to Ichigo and exposed the opening to his back to let Ichigo know that it was time. Wordlessly, he took the small green pill and ejected into his Soul Reaper body. He gave a subtle nod to Kon, letting him know to take care of his sisters before leaving the house, where his father was waiting for him. "This is a really dangerous mission you're going on, boy," Isshin said gravely. "Some of the captains have been there for almost a millennium, with 2 being original members. They are powerful and dangerous." Ichigo hugged his father, stopping him from continuing. "Relax, you old goat," he told his eccentric old man. "If anything, I inherited your tenacity. I won't die so easily." Isshin snorted out his amusement. "DMN right, boy," he said, returning his son's embrace. After a second, he separated and pulled out a letter. "Take this to the Shiba household, they should help you." "Oh yeah." Ichigo took the letter and pocketed it in his shihakusho. "My relatives on your side," he said with some dread. "Each one as hot-headed and bombastic as the last," Isshin said with a grin, making Ichigo sink lower. "But Kukaku manages to keep a lid on them all," he said, returning to his serious side. "Last I heard, we fell out of high standing but we're still able to operate, so entering Seriidii shouldn't be too difficult. Then it's off to the big white tower called the Repentance Cell." Isshin nodded as his boy guessed from the Soul Society trivia he was taught. "While avoiding as many captains as possible." "But you are going to talk to the old man while you're there, right?" Isshin clarified, a little nervous about his son meeting Yamamoto. The old captain held the law in the highest regard, and a bunch of children spitting on those laws will not sit well with him. "Gonna have to, Dad. He needs to know," Ichigo said, remembering the stories he heard of the monster called Yawatch. Everyone made him despise the self-proclaimed god more and more. Faced with him, the old man might listen to reason. He then walked off, ready for the mission that would be his first real test in a long time. Urahara's shop. The teens slowly gathered outside of the shop, waiting for their allies to gather. Chad was first to arrive in a sleeveless t-shirt with a magenta line going down the left side and black pants. Next was Ichigo with Orihime and Tatsuki, wearing a pink t-shirt with track pants and a gray t-shirt with doogie pants respectively. Yoruchi, so how big was he, was following them very discreetly. She then proceeded to interrogate and embarrass the poor girls until they told Yoruchi everything about when they were alone together. Why should it matter? Tatsuki yelled out while Ichigo and Chad ignored them, despite how much Urahara wanted details. Tatsuki didn't want to go into details of the mindless mating, preferring the romanticized idea of the first time. "Because I want some myself," the dark-skinned noble said unashamed. The girl's first instinct was to go to their boyfriend and latch onto him. Not to steal him away. She reassured her students. Just to relieve some tensions. The girls still glared but decided to continue this talk later. "I thought we were going to invade Soul Society, not to discuss SEC lives," someone said rather crudely. Many blushing faces turned to see Yuryu in the same Quincy get-up but with a short cape and a belt with several silver rods with rings on top. "Don't test her, Yuryu," Ichigo warned. "She's quite the multitasker." He took a quick glance at Yuryu's gloved hand. "The Seal Schneiders I understand, but are you sure about that?" Ichigo asked, not pointing out anything specific. Don't worry Ichigo. Yuryu said, offering a rare smile. I promise not to do anything foolish. Urahara can remove it later. He talked with Urahara the day after he finished the training with the Sanrei glove and gave him the chance to study it. If everything goes well, he should be able to remove it with no repercussions. Besides, I need all the advantages I can get to fight these Shinigami. Now that we're all here and accounted for, Kisuke said. Let's get to business. The group followed him down to the massive training hall he had set up, Tensai already waiting down there. No matter how many times I see it, this place still astounds me. Tatsuki said with a hint of nostalgia, remembering her spars with Ichigo in the rocky arena. I know what you mean. Orihime chirped. It's so cool. Your reactions are so kind. Tensai cried out, tears crawling down his face, that people appreciated the hard work that went into the place. All right. Enough. Urahara called out before clapping and summoning paper-covered blocks that formed a doorframe. Now let's get to what you need to know. The scientist said, getting suddenly serious. Skipping the technical explanation, this door will give you spirit bodies you need to enter Soul Society. Through this you will enter the dangai, the realm in between this world and Soul Society. Keep moving and avoid the kuryu, which captures spiritual bodies. If my calculations are right, which is always, the cleaner should have made its run yesterday, so all you have to do is charge forward. You have 4 minutes to reach Soul Society. Himself and Tensai proceeded to open the door to the realm of the dead. This place should land us in West Rukon, there we will have to go to the Shiba house. Yoruchi yelled out in her cat form. Ready? Now. She called as they all jumped into the realm beyond the living. First Division Barracks, Soul Society. It has been 2 weeks since Rukia Kuchiki's arrest. The old leader of the Shinigami announced to his 13 captains. In those 2 weeks we have monitored the Kurosaki boy and continued the investigation. He called out, sparing a slight glance to few of his captains that he had the utmost trust in. Captain Soi Fon. Kuratsuchi, what have you found? The deranged scientist stepped forward to go first. From our surveillance, he seemed to really frequent 4 areas. The skeletal man said with traces of annoyance. However, when he heads to these areas his presence actually seems to disappear. Obviously Kido, but we've been unable to identify the source. Every time my men have checked it out, they've been unable to find anything. The slender Soi Fon said. He's skilled, sir. Obviously a danger. She said before alarms began to ring out. Attention. Red alert. Red alert. Intruders detected in West Rukon. The alarm called out, surprising most of the captains in attendance. Kenpachi looked ecstatic at the prospect of a challenge while the blind black Tosen seemed angered along with Soi Fon. The young Hitsugaya was shocked while most everyone else seemed to begin thinking on their next course of action. So it begins. The ancient man thought. What drives you to come to meet me, boy? Prepare yourselves. He announced to the assembled captains. This is likely Kurosaki and his allies. I want them captured alive. The ever-smiling Jin Ikkimaru stepped forward, one of the captains Yamamoto did not trust. I'll go greet our little intruders. He said, walking away from the group. It should be interesting how things proceed. He said before waving off lazily. The challenge. Soul Society, West Rukon. Ichigo and his friends appeared above the sky, dropping down onto the land that was the afterlife. The collection of empowered humans scanned the glistening white city on one side and the darker, less impressive wood and stone of the area they were at. Where are we? Tatsuki asked while everyone continued to scan their surroundings. Is this really Soul Society? This is indeed Soul Society. The masculine voice of Yoruchi's feline form answered. This is the Rukon district. The place with the greatest freedom but the poorest conditions. Ichigo continued, remembering what he was told a while ago. Apparently the higher the district number, the worse it gets. He turned to the white city on the other side. And that should be the Siriidii, home of the wealthy nobles and Shinigami. So when we die, Tatsuki started, we either turn into mindless starving beasts hellbent on devouring others or just live in a facsimile of feudal Japan. Seems like it. Yuryu replied, sounding rather disappointed. That's it in a nutshell. Yoruchi confirmed. This is the suckiest afterlife ever. Tatsuki deadpanned. The best hope for people is that they have enough Ryatsu to become Shinigami. And even then, it doesn't seem any better because the ones in power don't seem to care. Ichigo said, a little miffed that this was the place he's been sending souls. One life to another that was pretty much the same as the last. Maybe it's not that bad. Orihime said, forcing her usual cheerfulness, trying to make the answer to an age-old question of the afterlife seem less bleak. Chad. Launch. Ichigo said to his muscular friend. He nodded as Ichigo jumped toward him and he cupped his hands to give Ichigo a foothold before sending him skyward. Ichigo kept his eyes shut as wind streamed past his body until his ascent ended. He opened his eyes as almost all of the districts lined out in front of him. Each one becoming worse than the last. He took a glance to Siriidii, but was unable to identify any of the squad headquarters. Using his pesquisa here would just give him a migraine, but he might not have a choice. He had to find that Yamamoto guy. He began to descend back to his friends, managing a small stream of racier beneath his feet to slow his drop. Nope. He said once he hit the ground. Soul Society is the worst afterlife. Rukon gets worse and worse the farther down you get. Only thing that matters is how much Ryatsu and money you have. It certainly wasn't easy, I can tell you that. They heard a teasing tone say. Each member of the group turned their heads to a silver-haired man with a fox-like grin. He wore the Shinigami Shihakusho with a white haori over it with a diamond pattern. A clear sign of a captain. Hello. He greeted cheerfully, something Orihime was all too happy to return. Hi there. She cheered. Who are you? What a cute girl. He said amused. I am Jin Ikkimaru, captain of Squad 3. This is bad. Yoruchi thought to herself. Ichigo and Yuryu are the only other ones I'm sure that can fight captains, but they have no idea what he is capable of. She noticed Ichigo stepping forward to speak with the man. Ichigo, make me proud. Don't rush in blindly like an idiot. You must be Ichigo Kurosaki. He said, giving his full attention to the hybrid. The commander is interested in meeting you. Feelings mutual. Ichigo said quickly and calmly, trying to get a read on the man before him. You here to take us to him? Did we really warrant an escort from a captain? It's not every day that humans try to invade Soul Society while they're still alive. Jin's hand rested on the hilt of his blade, completely nonchalant and without any trace of violent or ill intentions. Fewer still that could get the drop on Captain Kuchiki like you did. So, yes, you do warrant a captain as escort. Ichigo's instincts flared at that very second, causing him to draw his Zanpakuto at the same time Jin did. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Jin fluidly drew out his short blade and aimed at Ichigo in the same motion. Ichigo barely managed to deflect the attack by a fraction of a second. You will be executed after little Rukia dies. He said menacingly, causing Ichigo to glare as he flash-stepped in front of Ichigo. You are both criminals after all. He said before their blades clashed, causing a small shockwave. Two sealed blades, a regular katana and a wakizashi. And here I thought I was going to talk to him peacefully. Ichigo grunted, struggling a little against the strength of Jin's blade. Guess that was a pipe dream. Oh, he is interested in you, Ichigo. He said, keeping that taunting grin and showing no exertion on his side. But facts are facts. You stole a Shinigami's power, are trespassing, and no doubt plan on breaking out a criminal. Rukia covered for you, refused to say anything in her defense, and refuses to do anything but sit in her cell. He leaned in and his smirk grew. She's going to die, because of you. He sang, making Ichigo glare. You can have your time with the commander, but killing you will be easier after taking you in by dash. Hado number 1, show. Ichigo quickly said. Jin looked down and saw Ichigo's hand a scant few centimeters from his stomach, which flashed crimson before blasting him back into the Siriidii and embedded into a wall. Jin managed to get a look at Ichigo as the dust cleared. Ichigo raised his hand to give Jin the finger. I wonder how this report is gonna go. He said before the spirit wall slammed down and separated the two. You've grown strong, kid. Jin thought as his squad appeared. Their worried cries falling on deaf ears as he thought about the boy he was monitoring since his birth. Looks like your estimations were wrong, Aizen, he's stronger. That definitely wasn't Kido. He vaguely heard his blonde lieutenant say something about broken ribs as he began healing Jin. The commander is going to be sad about this. Back with Ichigo. That happened. Ichigo thought to himself, flexing his hand. Should have expected this difference between sparring with a captain and fighting one. He shook it a few more times to get the feeling back into it. It was then that he noticed the looming shadow of a giant with a fez and pony-tailed sideburns. And now there's this guy. That was quite the display, spiky head. The giant said in a deep masculine tone. It's been ages since someone tried to enter the Siriidii without a travel pass, and even longer since someone tried to fight a captain, let alone gain a captain's attention. Ichigo looked up to the man as they stared down the other. My name is Jidanbo Ikazenka and I am the guardian of this gate. There has been no person to ever come through this gate in the 3 centuries I've guarded it. He said with a smirk. You're the first one to actually make me a little nervous about that thought, and the challenge excites me. Sorry to ruin your fun, pal, Ichigo said, bringing his blade up before sheathing it at his hip, but I have no interest in fighting you, big guy. He told the gatekeeper, shocking the giant man. Instead, could you be so kind as to give me directions? He asked the big guy. My name is Ichigo Shiba, I'm trying to find my clan. Oh, certainly. Jidanbo said, pleasantly surprised. Most nobles and soul reapers look down on us ghetto folk, which is why those that get out try to get stationed here to make sure they are treated right. The Shiba clan are also good to the people of the Rukon districts. He explained before looking closer to Ichigo. How are you related to the Shibas exactly? My father was a branch head of the clan. He said before pulling out Isshin's letter. He told me to give this to Kukaku. Jidanbo squinted at the letter before he confirmed its legitimacy. All right. You want to head that way? He said, pointing off into the distance. You'll know it when you see a small house with a towering chimney and the banner being held up by arms. Ichigo paused at the description he was given. I would ask if you're kidding, but if they're anything like my dad, I shouldn't be surprised. Ichigo said before turning and leaving. Nice meeting you, Jidanbo. The giant gatekeeper waved back before sitting down as the people came out of hiding. Well, I do remember seeing a house with a giant chimney stack, so we should go there for now. Right. The rest said. Unfortunately, that trip was waylaid by the denizens of the Rukon district coming to meet the newcomers. After Yuichi showed up, Chad almost begged to stick around for a bit. Captain's meeting. What the hell were you thinking? Yamamoto roared at the nearly recovered Jin. Captain Kuchiki made it clear that Kurosaki was willing to listen to reason and speak peacefully. What you did was mark him as an enemy so he'll respond in kind. Jin winced and struggled under the spiritual pressure the head captain was releasing in the room, affecting some of the lesser captains somewhat. Please. Hear me out. Sir. Jin managed to wheeze out under the ancient man's wrath. Yamamoto relented somewhat to allow the brat a chance to speak. Thank you, sir. He said, getting the air back into his lungs. It has been so long since anything like this happened. It could help to make sure ourselves and our troops don't get rusty. he said, letting a silver-laced forked tongue work its magic. Besides, this will let you see his measure for yourself. Whether you think he can be trusted or whatever it is that you have planned. Yamamoto could not deny that he was just a bit tempted to have the boy join the ranks of Soul Society, but guilt of his past actions forbade him from doing so. Depending on what Ichigo says to him, he could have a promising successor if his strength was not an exaggeration. This will not go unpunished, Ikkimaru. The old man growled. We have a report saying that the boy claims relation to the Shiba clan, which means they will be using their cannon if he gains their assistance. And knowing that woman, they very likely will. But with the barrier in place, they will probably end up scattered. Inform your squads, I want them captured alive. Dismissed. He announced as the captains dispersed, each one already planning which Ryoka to go after. Looks like I was right. Captain Isshin, I hope your son surprises me. He thought, turning his attention to the bespectacled Aizen helping Jin out. That was a risky move. Aizen whispered to his former lieutenant and trusted ally. Even I thought he was going to kill you. It seems to have worked. Jin responded. Now you just have to wait for them to create a ruckus so you can stage your death and take over the Central 46. Then push for Rukia execution when these Ryoka prove themselves enemies. Aizen smiled harmlessly, completely masking his dark intentions. The Shiba house. Banner. Yuryu said, identifying the building. Chimney. Chad continued. Kukaku Shiba. Tatsuki almost laughed out. Arms. Ichigo finished, looking at the bizarre house that his cousins occupied. A sturdy-looking warehouse with giant stone arms holding a banner saying, Kukaku Shiba, with a towering chimney in the back. I know I'm not supposed to judge by appearances, but what the hell? Tatsuki cracked up laughing while Chad and Orihime barely reacted too much, with Yoruchi getting some twisted kick out of Ichigo and Yuryu's freak out. Come on, how bad at this compared to what you two have seen? She asked while walking ahead. Yuryu. Ichigo called to his cousin. Yeah. He replied. Thanks for being somewhat normal. Ichigo said gratefully. No problem, Ichi. Somewhat normal? Yuryu asked, offended. Let's go. Ichigo yelled, dodging the conversation. They got close to the banner when they saw someone wearing a bandana, black vest, with baggy gray pants and matching undershirt. Riding a boar with a bunch of goons. Hey! Who are you guys? He called out, curious about Ichigo's group, until he saw Ichigo in his Soul Reaper garb. What's a crummy Soul Reaper doing here? He growled, stomping up to Ichigo. I told you to get a change of wardrobe, Ichigo. Yuryu called out. I offered to make you a new outfit, but you said no. The irate man tried to get Ichigo's attention, but Ichigo felt this talk was more important. I told you, I don't think I could pull off the whole cape thing. Ichigo said, remembering early outfit drafts Yuryu made. They'd get in the way of my Zanpakuto and my fighting. Nonsense. Yuryu defended. I'd be sure to make it fashionable and functional. Not overly long like most people think of capes as. I asked you the man tried again, until Ichigo grabbed him by his face without even sparing a glance. Heido number 11, Suzuri Raiden. Ichigo recited, electrocuting the man in his hand until he dropped the cartoonishly burned man. It'd probably end up torn up and ruined anyway. You know how I fight. Ichigo said while the man's goons were screaming about Boss Ganju being down. You'd probably spend every other week making me a new cape. I did have designs other than ones with capes. Yuryu mumbled in his defense. How dare you? They heard a voice growl out from above. The group looked at the top of the arms to see two men standing atop them. Attacking Master Ganju like that. The other said as they dropped in front of Ichigo, Ganju safely away with his underlings trying to bring him back to consciousness. They looked like twins except their color and faces. Koganehiko," said the yellow-clothed man with the long face. "And I, Shiraganehiko," said the white-clothed man with the cleft chin. "Cannot allow you to come any closer." They yelled together. They were both bigger than Chad in height and muscle and were prepared to fight. "Leave now or die." Ichigo merely stared at them, not intimidated in the slightest, as he remembered his father telling him about these two. The loyal retainers of the Shiba clan. Told him that with Yoruchi and his letter, those two would end up begging forgiveness if they did something stupid. "Sorry, but could you let us in?" Ichigo asked, pulling out his Isshin's letter. "I have this message from Isshin Shiba for the head of the clan." The twins looked surprised and examined the letter when Yoruchi spoke out. "That letter is real," she said, still in her cat form. "Isshin is alive, needs Kukaku to read that." The twins freaked. Yes, of course," Koganehiko said, bowing respectfully to the now honored guests. "We apologize for earlier, Master Yoruchi." "Sir." "Ichigo." Shiraganehiko said, trying to remember the earlier conversation between Hybrid and Quincy. "Please, come this way," the yellow-dressed man said as he opened the door to the descending staircase. They reached the bottom where it looked like a more proper home with doors and hallways. "Wait as I announce your dash. Just let them in, Koganehiko," a rough girl's voice yelled out, making the man stiffen. "Why yes. Master Kukaku," he cried, opening the door to reveal a large room filled with tatami mats, and a lone woman with bandages on her messy black hair, tattoo on her left arm while her right was absent, with a loose red robe showing off her ample cleavage. "It's been a while, Yoruchi," she said with a tomboyish grin. "Holy crap!" Tatsuki yelled out in surprise. "Her melons are bigger than Oriheim's." Oriheim looked down, cupping her own melons, and felt lacking in the BRSTS department for the first time in her life. Something Ichigo noticed. "Don't worry, Oriheim, I don't love you for your melons," he said, pulling her in for a hug. "I love how you make me feel better just by being you," he said, making her smile with a happy blush. "And you love me 'cause I'm a confident fireball that kicks butt, right?" Tatsuki said, getting in close. "Yes, I do." Ichigo growled at her, capturing her lips quickly. "Good answer. Quite the ladies' man, isn't he?" Kukaku asked her old friend as the cat walked to her. "Yes, although he doesn't have as many girls as he should." Yoruchi lamented, being unable to tease him with her sexiness or embarrass him for being a playboy. "So, you had a letter from my uncle?" Kukaku asked, getting Ichigo's attention again. "Yeah," Ichigo said, freeing himself from his girlfriends to hand over Isshin's letter. "Dad did say to give this to the head of the clan." Kukaku actually looked shocked and read the letter before cracking up. So that's what the old goat was doing. She laughed before rising to her feet and wrapping her lone arm around Ichigo. "Welcome to the family, cuz. Let's get you to the Siriidii." Invading Siriidii. With Byakuya, Rukia, and Renji. The group marched down the lone bridge, the single connection to the only entrance to the ultimate prison cell for those on death row in Soul Society. In the lead was the captain of the 6th squad with his lieutenant, behind them were the 4 Kido Corps members leading Rukia by leads connected to their forked staves. There are no words among them, not until they reach the jutting white tower of the Repentance Cell. The transfer unit went into the meaning of the prison cell and its significance, maybe hoping to bring Rukia some peace. "Captain Kachiki, Lieutenant Abarai, thank you for the escort," said one of the clothed-covered spell users. "We must be going now," they announced, Renji watching his old friend. She appeared to have given up, seems to not care whether or not her life ends. The more time she spent in those med cells seemed to drain more and more life and joy from her. This was probably the nail in the coffin that would make her give up entirely. He couldn't allow that. He hurts that his friend was suffering. "Lieutenant." They shouted as Renji stormed over to the prisoner until a calm hand steadied him. "Leave him be," Byakuya said, keeping an eye on his subordinate and family. They were friends long ago. Let them speak one last time. Going to the repentance cell was a final death sentence, no one goes there to survive. "Listen," Renji whispered upon reaching Rukia, "that Kurosaki kid is in Soul Society." His words, sparking a reaction from Rukia for the first time in so long. "He was willing to speak for your behalf, before Captain Ikkimaru decided to make a game out of the situation." Rukia was feeling an odd mix of emotions. Hope, fear, worry, anger, all coursing through her soul. "He's been confirmed alive but considered hostile. Orders are to capture," he said, pulling away from the girl and leaving the White Tower of Death. "Why did you tell her that?" the noble asked his second in command. "That was close to overstepping the limit, Renji." "Captain, I just Renji started before Byakuya cut him off again. "You should have left it at, he's alive," the captain admonished. "When I give you orders, you are expected to follow them," he scolded as they walked away from the towering white cell. "Tell her that Ichigo was alive. That was your task." The tattooed warrior was silent as he tried to think of how to phrase his next statement properly. "She just seemed so dead, sir," he said finally. "We used to be close during our days in the Rukon districts and the academy," he said, briefly flashing to the times they laughed together before statuses placed their med barriers between them. "I wanted to help, even if the repentance cell is the same as a death sentence." Byakuya stopped to face his subordinate. "Telling her that he's alive would have done that." "That's what I told you to do, Renji, not that they were here," he told the red-haired warrior. Just the knowledge that he was alive would put her at peace, but Rukia is so resigned to the idea of Soul Society's power that she would accept her death if it comes to that. "As of yet, she is not to be executed," he said, turning to return to his office to finish out some business. What he said confused Renji and he was determined to find out more. "But if she isn't to be executed, then why is she in the repentance cell?" he asked, catching up to the noble. Byakuya sighed and gestured for Renji to get closer. Once his lieutenant bridged the gap, he began to speak. "Were it simply the matter of her giving her powers to a human, she would be sentenced to death," he explained in a whisper. As Ichigo said, he stole her power and was willing to speak on her behalf. "Until we know more, Rukia's sentence is on hold." Renji breathed out a sigh of relief and resolved to find and capture Ichigo as per the order, but his captain wasn't done. "This is highly classified, Renji, so you cannot speak of this to anyone, but something is wrong in Soul Society right now," he said, shocking Renji. "Pushing for execution, more to kill Rukia than meting out justice it seems. And using the Sukyoku on an unseated Soul Reaper who was performing her duties in the best manner she could. This is all too excessive, and whatever is going on is linked to Kurosaki," the noble surmised as the two continued their walk in whispers. "Then, my orders, sir?" Renji hesitantly asked, the idea of a conspiracy worrying him. "Do not speak of this with anyone but myself or the head captain, and capture Ichigo Kurosaki," he said before glaring at his second again. "And don't get cocky this time. He's proven to be a powerful warrior with a focused mind. With Ichigo and friends. You're going to shoot us out of a cannon." Ichigo yelled in shock at the absurd plan that he was told of. "That's the plan?" he asked his newly found relatives as she stood proudly in front of the tower. "I take it Isshin forgot to mention we're fireworks experts?" Kukaku asked with an amused smirk, watching the teens gawk at the family gun. "He said explosives factored in, just not how," Ichigo said, reconsidering asking for her help. "Oh, don't be a baby," she said, tossing him a crystal ball with a red crane design. "That Ryushukaku will keep you safe when we blast you off," she said, walking down towards him. "Just put your Ryatsu in and you'll create a shield that will be the cannonball." Ichigo did as instructed and was surrounded by a crystallized ball of spirit energy. Wow! He's got potential. Kukaku remarked, surprised by the power her distant relative displayed. We made sure to train him well. Yoruchi stated, a deep sense of pride evident in her tone. That's impressive work, cousin. Ganju told Ichigo with a hint of respect. After being told of their relations, Ganju received a beating from his sister, even after he apologized to Ichigo and his friends. By the way, I'm all for insulting the Godai 13, but who are you going to rescue? He asked, only now hearing about the reason for invasion. Our friend. Orihime said, seeing no harm in telling their new allies. Rukia Kuchiki. A name that meant almost nothing to Ganju, but Kukaku recognized it. Oh yeah. She said in casual recollection. She's the one that killed Big Bro. Saying that made Ganju snap. You mean that beach? He growled as Ichigo released the spirit core surrounding him. Nope. I want nothing to do with helping her. Count me out. I am not helping that dash. He ranted before the irate fireworks master bashed him in the face. Shut the hell up, Ganju. She had to kill Kaien. He got possessed by a hollow and would have killed more people as a monster. She told him, finally enlightening him to the truth. Her captain, Jushiro Yukitake, told me the whole story. That man does not lie. Ever. She then pulled him up by the collar of his shirt and started growling. And our dear uncle has asked us to help a new member of the clan, and that's what we're gonna do. Now SCK it up and prepare to go with them. Got it? She glared at Ganju, making him nod mutely with bullets of sweat pouring down his face. Good. And Ichigo? She called to the hybrid who was discussing the validity of their plan with the Quincy. This might be our best bet since Siriidii is supposed to be in a spirit barrier. The archer said. Which manages to allow air and water in. Ichigo finished. At least it should be fun. He noticed his distant relative calling to him. Yeah. 2 things. Bring Rukia here, we need to have a talk with her, and make sure you survive. She yelled with a grin. You lot owe me big for this and I expect you to pay for it. Ichigo rolled his eyes before agreeing. Good. Now for you lot to prepare for your trip. Lieutenant's meeting. The lieutenant was on his way with some of his fellow colleagues, the memories of the conversation with his captain and the captain of Squad 5 replaying in his head. What are you saying, Captain Aizen? Isn't the execution on hold? Renji asked the learned man. This may just be a farce, Lieutenant Abarai. The captain replied. The greatest power in Siriidii is the Central 46, and those in power are rarely content with losing it. He gave the lieutenant his full and focused attention with Renji responding in kind. If I had to guess, this is more to show their power and authority, that no matters the circumstances, what they say is law. But the commander and other captains would never stand for that. Renji argued. In most circumstances, yes. But the head captain swore himself to uphold the law of Soul Society. Kurosaki's existence could be a show of defiance to the Central 46 and Rukia kept him hidden. They fear that these incidents might disrupt the balance of power in Siriidii and the commander's hands are tied unless he wants to break his vow to the law. All of the Godai 13 hunt Ichigo and his allies, while a questionable few might act on their own feelings. Aizen adjusted his glasses as he told Renji what was to come. Soul Society may face civil war, Lieutenant. The question is who's on what side? Should I tell him about the concerns Captain Kuchiki has? He wondered, entering the room of mostly assembled second-in-commands. No, I need to find Ichigo again. Aizen is probably already in on the possible conspiracy plot anyway. Renji? He heard the Squad 5 lieutenant ask him. She was a demure girl with black hair and a white bun, almost like a flower of gentle personality. You haven't seen Captain Aizen around, have you? She seemed almost worried, like a puppy that was just lost. No, can't say I have. He said, looking away from the small girl. He had special orders, and he didn't want to bother the poor girl too much. I'm worried. She said. He's been acting strange lately. When I asked him, he said nothing. I don't know what to do. She explained, on the verge of tears. Renji caved. No man is powerful enough to resist a crying girl in need of comfort. Look, it's probably nothing. He said, as helpful as he could. The Captain Aizen I know could resolve this invasion easily and peacefully. He said, having faith in the gentleman known as Sosuke Aizen. Ichigo wouldn't kill without reason. He said, unconsciously rubbing his side where Ichigo stabbed him. He's not that kind of man. Back with Ichigo's group. And then we kill Aizen. Ichigo said as he and Yoruichi planned out an itinerary for Siriidii. Get in, find the head captain, rescue Rukia, and then kill Aizen. It seemed like a solid plan, but Jin's actions made it into a competition of sorts. They would try to do their things while the Soul Reapers tried to capture them. An afterlife game of cat and mouse. His friends were working on maintaining a spirit shield for when they head into Siriidii. Do not underestimate Aizen or overestimate yourself, Ichigo. Yoruichi lightly scolded her disciple. You are powerful but not the strongest you could be. We've had to be light enough with your training that Aizen wouldn't get too suspicious. She suspects that Aizen was already aware of Ichigo's current abilities, or at least was willing to learn and had ways of finding out. For now, wait and gather your strength. We have a battle on our hands. She said before they heard a thud and yelp. They looked over to see a crying Orihime holding her eye, behind a shaken Tatsuki, that was in front of an angry Kukaku. You brat. She growled, making the younger girls shrink down in terror, and Kukaku's fiery aura flared brighter. Do you realize what you've done? How long do you think it took to get used to having one arm? She yelled out, revealing a fully formed right arm where it did not exist before, matching her left for every inch. Hey, she just wanted to see if it would work. Tatsuki defended, trying to put up a brave front before the angry noble. We thought you'd like to have your arm back. I am happy to have both arms. Kukaku said, calming down considerably. It's just that I'm so used to not having both that it'll take a while to get used to. She brought up her right arm, flexing and rubbing it, ensuring that it was really there. This'll take a while to be comfortable with again. She mumbled. All right. You've mastered the Ryushukaku, now rest up. You leave at dawn. Kukaku announced before heading to get herself some dinner. And girls? Doesn't change what I want. She said, making the two curse quietly and confusing the men. When morning came, they began their invasion of Siriidii. The game begins. With Ichigo's group. The group of 7 flew through the empty sky in the sphere of spirit power, heading straight for the dome of Siriidii. They focused on their tasks, their upcoming battles, their goals. Yuryu and Chad said they had something to do for Kisuke, and Orihime offered to go with them. Tatsuki said that there was someone that she wanted to meet for herself, and Ichigo had to find Yamamoto, and Ganju refused to abandon his new family member. They agreed to split up when they enter Siriidii, allowing the others to perform their tasks and create as much disruption as they could, turning unwanted attention on some to others. Yamamoto. Ichigo silently prayed. Please, listen to reason and what I have to say. They collided with the barrier, fighting against the spirit-dispelling force of the Sekiseki stone against the Ryushukaku sphere. The two forces struggled until Ichigo stomped down on their shield and forced their way through. This unfortunately cracked the barrier, and it dispelled the moment they got in the Siriidii. In a way, I should have seen this coming. Ichigo mumbled before a whirlwind of energy tried to throw them all over. Chad dove straight out, becoming engulfed in flames as he fell towards Siriidii with his mission in mind. Yuryu and Orihime held on long enough before falling out, Yuryu controlling their descent with his Ikkaku. Tatsuki jumped out with a smile on her face the second she saw her target, leaving Ichigo with his teacher and cousin, before the blast separated Yoruchi from them as well. Chad. Chad looked toward the ground, fearlessly bracing himself as he brought out his arm. No longer decorated with white and magenta lines, but an intricate pattern on a black arm with a long protrusion at his shoulder. As he neared the ground he cushioned the impact with a single rapier blast, slowing his descent and allowing him to roll onto the ground and diffuse the force of impact. Ichigo throws me harder than that, he thought to himself as he dusted himself off. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a case and GPS monitor which he turned on, finding himself standing on top of one of the locations on the screen. Oddly convenient, he thought as he knelt back down and opened the case, revealing stickers with a Kido seal on them. He quickly attached one of the adhesive pictures to the ground his locator indicated, preparing to head for the next location. It's over here. He heard someone yell as he rose up, just in time for a small cell of 5 Shinigami to show up behind him. Freeze Ryoka! The apparent leader yelled out as Chad moved toward them. Stand down and come quietly. Don't make us get. His earlier confidence fading as he felt Chad's spirit pressure and stature. This might have been a mistake, he mumbled as Chad cracked his knuckles. Ichigo and Ganju. Ichigo took some time to worry about his friends as they ended up flying in different directions. This was by unanimous choice, but he could still worry about them. The other few seconds were spent being annoyed as his Shiba cousin struggled to get in some position by pushing against Ichigo. Ganju, what are you doing? Ichigo asked over the rushing wind and fiery friction. Just give me a second, he responded before drawing a circle with an open palm. Turn to sand. Seppa, he yelled, sending the spell down and creating a pit of sand. I don't think so, Ichigo thought dryly before skating down normally on a flow of rapier, landing just fine while Ganju slammed into the sand and ended up buried. You know, I think that should have ended differently than it did, he snarked as Ganju tried to recover from the rough landing. Oh, shut up, he yelled, finally able to talk again. If you could land so easily, why didn't you help me? Because I doubt Kukaku wants to hear that her brother needed his hand held all the time, Ichigo quickly countered. You're supposed to be a tough guy, now start acting like one, he said, feeling 2 strong soul reapers appear on the wall behind him. The sooner the better. He turned to face the newcomers. Woo-hoo! What luck! The bald one cheered as the 2 jumped down. With him was a more elegant-looking guy with what seemed to be eyelash extensions. Can you believe this? First we skip out on guard duty, and now the Ryoka we were expecting came right to us, he said before hopping around, singing about his luck. Now, let's have some fun. Tatsuki. She ran through the walled pathways of the Siriidii, taking small breaks in available hiding places. She was excited, she knows the danger she's in being a trespasser in a military base, but she couldn't quell the burning excitement. Finally, a new opponent she could spar with and go all out against. Yoruchi only left it to a training level, Ichigo was someone she always spared with, and Orihime just started. Now she had a chance to fight someone for real and not some mindless beasts. Yoruchi spoke fondly of her quarry, making Tatsuki all the more determined to find the elusive bee. Just you wait, Soi Fon senpai, she thought, dashing through the streets. I can't wait to fight you. Challenging her fellow disciple of the Flash Goddess was on the forefront of her mind, but there was something else that made her want to find the captain of the 2nd Division. All the while, she was completely unaware that she was being watched. I recognize those movements, she thought, watching the fireball run. Yuryu and Orihime. The duo landed safely on Orihime's shield, demonstrating how much control and will she gain to effectively use her powers, in some kind of storage yard away from the others. Yuryu handed Orihime a case containing the same kind of stickers while he fished for the locator he's supposed to have. Yuryu? Orihime asked, feeling concerned for their friends. Do you think they'll be alright? I think it'll take a lieutenant class, minimum, to take one of us in. He said, finally finding the device. However, we should try to avoid getting noticed. No telling if what that captain from earlier said is true. Maybe we can ask politely. Orihime asked. Yuryu could only look at the ditzy girl with a dry expression. If you want. He said, relenting to the girl's puppy eyes. Try to do so before we knock them out. He said before getting a set of coordinates. Let's go. He said as they charged towards their destination, unaware of the Soul Reaper that was spying on them. Back to Ichigo. So, can you handle yourself in a fight? Ichigo asked his Shiba cousin, purposefully ignoring the bald man's dance and song about his luck. Of course I can. Ganju defended. I'm the toughest in all of West Rukon. Good. Ichigo said, ignoring the fact that Kukaku was the real toughest. Then you can run along while I take care of this. Ganju was in a mix of shock and insult. Are you telling me to run? That I'm weak? He growled, mostly angry and hurt a little. If you can handle yourself then you can go on ahead. The hybrid said, Flash stepping in front of the dancer as he finished and delivered a strong elbow strike to the man's chest and sending him flying into a wall. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. He chanted, keeping his hands clasped as 5 glowing orbs rose from his hands. Bakudo, #Gochuteken. He called out, raising his hands above his head and down on the other Shinigami. What beautiful execution. He thought before being knocked down by Ichigo bringing his fists down on his head followed by 5 large pillars pinning him in place. Ganju was amazed by Ichigo's power and ability. Rather than complain about having to leave, he decided to put faith in his cousin. He turned and ran off to the repentance cell, off to confront Rukia. Sorry about your friend, but I'd rather he not be followed. Ichigo said, turning to face the other Shinigami who finally came back. Think he'll be alright? TCH, Yumachika will be fine. He said, having confidence in his long-time comrade. That was a little rude of you, interrupting my pre-fight dance like that. Blame my teachers. Ichigo retorted, stretching his arms out. And that Jin Ikkimaru guy. I just wanted to have a friendly little chat with the head captain, then he comes and tries to kill me. He slowly shifted into a position more suited for fast reactions. Oh yeah. He said, remembering what happened yesterday. He was out of line, you were meant to be escorted directly to the commander, Ichigo Kurosaki. He regained his battle-hungry smirk as he continued to inform the hybrid of the events on the side of Siriidii. However, Captain Ikkimaru saw it as an opportunity to test the efficiency of the 13 court guard squads, so now we have to capture you and bring you in. The name's Ikkaku Madarame, 3rd seat of Squad 11. He said, unsheathing his Zanpakuto. Pleased to meet you Ichigo. Likewise. Ichigo said, taking out his own blade. And settling into his relaxed stance. He never did take any single style, just acted on instinct, fluid, flexible, and most importantly, unpredictable. You sure are a dangerous one. Ikkaku remarked. Having years of experience told him that while Ichigo seemed like he had no defense, he was very much ready. You're just waiting for me to drop my dash. Ichigo flashed in front of Ikkaku and swung his blade, with his opponent just barely having time to block. The force of the blow sent the bald fighter flying back while trying to relieve the shocks in his arms. When he landed, he was faced with another onslaught of attacks from the hybrid. This feeling. He thought, trying to defend against the ferocity he was met with. He's holding it back, but I know this feeling. The two finally separated as Ikkaku needed to catch his breath. Ichigo wasn't even winded. The sense of a monster, a beast far more terrifying than me. Through Ichigo's calm and stoic facade, Ikkaku saw a version that was grinning savagely at the prospect of a challenge. He's like Captain Zaraki. Ikkaku took his chance to go on the offensive, swinging his blade for Ichigo's head. As predicted, Ichigo blocked the sword while almost unaware of Ikkaku's sheath coming for his side. Ichigo grunted from the impact before slamming his head against Ikkaku's and forcing distance between them again. "Nice one," Ichigo said, rubbing his ribs as the pain alleviated. "But you won't get another hit like that." He created another blade to companion the one he already had and settled into his own dual-wielding stance. "What the dash?" the third seat asked in surprise. "How did you do that?" "Captain-level technique," the hybrid explained. "Captains are required to control the form of their zanpakutos, otherwise they'd be swinging towers. I just took it a step further. To quote Captain Isshin, when it comes to Soul Reapers, Bleach I edit the wiki," he said, getting ready to charge. "What the hell's a wiki?" Ikkaku roared as they clashed again, sparks flying from their blades with every strike. Ichigo was on the defense as he slowly got used to Ikkaku's seemingly unpredictable style. "It's a website with information on a given subject." Ichigo responded as they slashed and parried each other before separating. "Find me in the living world when this is all over, I'll show ya," Ichigo said, slightly winded while Ikkaku was breathing heavier. "Looks like the rumors were true," he said, giggling like a madman. "You did fight Captain Ichimaru, you did injure him, and you definitely are a force to be reckoned with." He straightened himself up. "I don't see myself winning this, but that doesn't mean I'm going to quit." He connected his blade and sheath on opposite ends and called out his zanpakuto. "Extend! Hozukimaru!" The sword and sheath was engulfed in glowing light as it turned into a spear with a red tassel. "Let's cut loose!" He charged, trying to catch Ichigo off guard. The hybrid just managed to dodge and ward off the onslaught of stabs, slashes, and swings. Finally he came down with a strong, heavy swing that made Ichigo use both hands to block, never knowing of the hidden danger in the attack. "Split!" Ikkaku yelled, separating the three-part pole that was Hozukimaru. Ichigo barely escaped, having a diagonal cut through his face as the price for his folly. "I'm sorry. I'm supposed to capture you alive, but fighting you excites me so much it's hard to hold back," he said, standing a few feet from Ichigo as he wiped the blood away from his face. "No worries, I understand," the hybrid said, already healing from the cut. "I just have to keep up." His swords transformed into the large kyber form he obtained as a first release. "But I've had enough of this," he said, unleashing more of his Ryatsu. "I've got places to be." Ikkaku started to tremble, whether from primal fear or battle-hungry excitement, he wasn't sure. "Well Ikkaku? What now?" "You're amazing," Ikkaku managed to say. "What even are you?" he questioned as he charged, blade in one hand while spinning the opposite end. For a split second he saw Ichigo grunt in annoyed disappointment before he was slashed across his chest, his staff broken in half, as Ichigo then grabbed onto his face and slammed him into the ground. The warrior tried to move before Ichigo stomped down on his gaping cut. "Looks like I wasn't the only one holding back," Ichigo said, applying more pressure on Ikkaku. "You knew about altering the size of the zanpakuto, and you're a much more skilled fighter than you let on," he said while Ikkaku groaned in pain, still pinned by Ichigo's strength. "You should have been giving me so much more trouble than what you did." The hybrid removed his foot and hauled the third seat to eye level. "Why did you hold back? You knew?" he asked surprised, with his strength slowing draining more and more. "How? The people that train me are still way stronger than I am," Ichigo explained before punching him in the face. "I know when others hold back." Another blow to Ikkaku. "So, why hold back?" he asked before cutting Ikkaku, all in places that looked like he fought. "Was it because you thought I was weak?" "Hardly." Ikkaku managed to cough out. "I'm just content where I am, serving under my captain," he explained as Ichigo let him go and stumble against a wall. "He's the first man that ever really beat me, and set me on my path." He dropped to the ground, looking up at Ichigo and seeing a silhouette of his battle-scarred captain next to him. You remind me of him. If you're the strongest of your group, then he'll be looking for you, Ichigo. Sounds like fun. The young Shinigami said as he reverted and sheathed his blade. Tell him to meet me near the 1st Division barracks. He was about to walk off before realizing he had no idea where those barracks were. Which would be dash. Ikkaku chuckled at the short-mindedness from someone that almost read him like a book. Off that way. He said, pointing off into the distance with his sword, and took out his blood-clotting ointment. Great. I'll head there after I find my idiot cousin. Ichigo said before pausing in front of Ikkaku one last time. Never hold back again. Aim for victory. Say you lose when you die. He told the Soul Reaper before running off to find Ganju. Ikkaku again noted the similarities Ichigo had to his captain. He should be a good challenge for you, Captain. He muttered before the last of his strength left, holding out long enough to patch up his bleeding wounds. Maybe I should fight more. Seriously. He muttered before the darkness overcame him. With Yuryu and Orihime. The duo hid away on the roof of a random building, staying out of the sight of the large man with ragged clothes marked by the kanji for 11. Man being a generous term, as he would probably fit the description of a beast much better. The main things out of place on him were the bells in his hair and the small girl on his shoulders. Looks like Baldy's sleeping. The pink-haired adolescent said, oddly cheerful despite her company. He must have lost too. To take out both Ikkaku and Yumachika is impressive. The man said in a deep rough tone. But that fast is all the more exciting. He developed a snarling grin, growing more and more excited for the fight against the elusive Ichigo. And he left a landmark to go to. He said, pointing to the 5 chained pillars, standing tall in the relative distance. Let's go, Kenny. The girl cheered as the duo charged for their target. Once they were out of sight, the humans rose from their hiding spot. Sounds like they're headed for Ichigo. Orihime said, worry for her lover coming through her voice. Seems like it. Yuryu agreed. Though, this might be for the better. He caught Orihime looking at him in confusion. Ichigo has never really fought before. He tried to explain. He's only ever had controlled sparring matches or was vastly superior to his opponent. He never had anyone to really push him to that kind of limit. There's something underneath that control, just waiting to come out. Are you saying that Ichigo is actually a very violent person? She asked, feeling a little scared. No. Yuryu said, looking off to where his cousin went. He's a fighter, one that's burning to test and push himself. Yuryu cursed that they needed to hold back, even now when they should be pushing themselves. But, according to his father, the Vandenrake watches from the shadows. He wasn't sure what that meant beyond, be careful, so for now, he'll focus on their mission. Where's the next spot, Orihime? He asked, turning to his companion. That way. Orihime said, looking at the device and pointing to the right, unaware of the Soul Reaper trying to strike at her. Completely on instinct, Orihime caught the giant man's wrist, slammed her elbow into his stomach, throwing him over her shoulder, stomping on his face while locking his arm in a ready position to dislocate his shoulder. All in the span of a second. Ops. Sorry. She said sheepishly before kicking him unconscious. I tend to react without knowing now. I think I should worry for Ichigo about her instead. Yuryu thought before they left. Confrontations. With Yoruchi. The black-haired feline made her way from rooftop to rooftop, keeping a watchful eye and sense on her young charges. Ichigo swiftly dealt with 2 seated officers of the 11th, filling the exiled noble with a sense of pride at his skill. Sato caused an explosive ruckus before practically disappearing from the eyes of the Shinigami. Orihime made her laugh at her sudden reactions to the attempted sneak attack that left her opponent an unconscious heap. Tatsuki seemed a little overconfident with her desire to meet her Littleby, but if she beats the crap out of that Omida guy that was the current lieutenant, she should get a meeting with Soi Fon. Ganju was attracting attention like fat and weak buffalo to a pride of hungry lions, seeing as how he was being chased by almost half of squad. I understand your enthusiasm, little fireball, Yoruchi thought to herself as she continued to watch them, but you don't become a black ops head by being careless. She then saw Ichigo catch up to Ganju and promptly crushed the nameless Soul Reapers in a second. I just hope Kukaku won't be too harsh on that idiot. Ichigo is setting a rather high bar. She sweat dropped. It was then she noticed something interesting. Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Kenpachi Zaraki were both heading toward the same place. Now what are you two doing? She questioned before following them. With Ichigo. Ganju. Ichigo started, feeling a slight headache, looking down on his cousin from the pile of shinigami he sat on. I left you alone for maybe 5 minutes. What the hell happened? He roared, gesturing to the group that was previously chasing the Shiba man, all of whom were beaten and unconscious. Well, Ganju scratched the back of his head nervously. I was running but these guys just showed up out of dash. Why the hell were you just running around? Don't you even know what stealth means? As the two Shibas argued over logical sense and manliness, they were unaware of the small, weak-looking combat medic that accidentally stumbled upon their location. Until said Shinigami tripped and screamed. This caught their attention as they went over to the poor kid. What a pathetic-looking Soul Reaper. Ganju said, looking down on the guy with his chin-length brunette hair, small frame, and a medical bag on his body. Almost makes you feel sorry. Ichigo remarked before helping the guy up. Hey, what's your name? Hanataro Yamada. He said, and used to such kindness from strangers. I'm a member of Squad. For, he then screamed at the realization that he was in front of enemies, and one of them fought a captain on even ground. He was about to turn and run before Ichigo grabbed him by the shoulder. You mind giving us directions to where Rukia is being held? Ichigo asked the trembling medic in his kind older brother tone, which immediately helped Hanataro calm down enough to make rational decisions again. Sure. Aren't you Ichigo Kurosaki? Ichigo nodded in response, getting Hanataro to brighten up. Rukia told me so much about you. Come on, I'll show you the way. He cheered out, running off knowing that the two could catch up to him. He was always assigned janitorial duties by other Soul Reapers, but he never minded it. During the 2 weeks of Rukia's detainment in the Squad SXS barracks, he met the petite beauty and talked with her. She told him about the man known as Ichigo and he developed an idolized image of him as a hero, and hopefully as a friend. He was eager to make a good first impression by helping him out. The cousins shrugged at each other, having no other leads but to follow. Ichigo decided to keep with them until someone else showed up that could escort the two. They seemed less than capable of their own protection. Squad 4 Hospital. Yoruchi watched, finding amusement in Kuratsuchi's anger at the silent third seat of the 11th squad. She understood now why Urahara teased him as much as he did. It was hilarious. You expect me to believe that even though you fought him, you have absolutely nothing important to tell me. The psychotic clown growled, feeling his intelligence insulted that he would believe such a lie, or his ego for being denied anything useful on a possible research specimen. Nothing to tell you. Ikkaku simply said. I know not his end goals or anything about him or his allies. He defeated me with superior speed, strength, and skill. Nothing you'd understand. Insolent little dash. Kuratsuchi growled, raising his hand to punish Ikkaku for his insults. Yoruchi nearly jumped in, until the mad scientist's wrist was caught in the crushing grip of Zaraki. I don't believe you're entitled to punish members of other squads, Mayuri. He calmly threatened, making the Squad 12 captain re-evaluate his options. Fine. He conceded, pulling his hand free from the berserker. You finish his interrogation. I have other matters to attend to. With the psycho out of the room, Yoruchi relaxed and continued her observations. So you managed to fight Ichigo and you end up beaten and bloodied. Zaraki stated before adopting an excited smirk. Is he strong? Very. Ikkaku responded. He almost reminded me of when we first met Captain. When I warned him about you, he merely said to meet him at the 1st Division barracks. He keeps it down, but he craves a challenge all the same. He turned to the scarred man. I don't know if you can beat him. Fine with me. Zaraki said, keeping that bloodlust and thrill. It's been too long since my blood boiled like this. He turned and left his third in command to his recovery. His pink-haired lieutenant soon joined him. So where to now, Kenny? Yachiru asked, feeling the scarred man's excitement affecting her as well. Are we going to find Ichigo? Ichigo will come to us. He said, already running to Squad 1's barracks. And then, I have a grand fight. He yelled before laughing manically. Lieutenants meeting. Renji and most of his fellow lieutenants listened as the latest report was delivered. Almost all of Squad 11 was out of commission, with several other seated officers being taken out with relative ease. Looks like there's actually some validity to Captain Ichimaru's actions. Thought Renji. This is embarrassing for the Goatee. Just how much stronger are you, Ichigo? Continued sightings of one of the Ryoka heading for the 2nd Division barracks. The man delivering the report announced. They think they can challenge me. A large, balding, heavy-set man with a purple collar snorted. How embarrassing for me, the great Marekio Omida. He boasted unashamedly, causing everyone else to groan. What? Finishing out the report, sightings of Ichigo confirms that he's making his way to the repentance cell, with one other and Squad 4 member, Hanataro Yamada, acting as their guide. Best case scenario — he continued with his report while Renji had heard what he wanted and made his way to intercept Ichigo. With Ichigo, they followed Hanataro through the sewer system that lead to the closest they could get to the repentance cell. Ichigo looked up to the enormous white tower, the prison holding his friend, and the execution she would go to if he couldn't stop this conspiracy plot. He then felt the familiar presence from earlier that month, one of the men that took Rukia away. It's been a while, Renji Abarai. Ichigo said, casually, unconcerned with the lieutenant who was walking towards him and his group. Yes, it has, Ichigo Kurosaki. The tattooed man said, following his captain's advice of not underestimating the Ryoka this time. Now let me tell you now, this won't end like last time. He growled, glaring at the man that humiliated him. A look Ichigo returned. Yeah, it won't. He agreed before walking off toward where Ikkaku said that the 1st Division was located. Escort Ganju to Rukia, let him have his talk with her and he'll turn himself in. I have a meeting with the head captain and I'm late enough as it is. Hanataro and Ganju could only look on in surprise. A lieutenant-class Soul Reaper, and Ichigo was acting as if he was no threat. Renji's own surprise quickly shifted to more anger. Are you running away? He yelled at the hybrid. Do you think I'm weaker than you? Let me tell you now, Ichigo, captains and lieutenants — Captains and lieutenants are required to have their Ryatsu limited when they go to the world of the living. Ichigo stated at the same time, silencing Renji again. In Soul Society, that restriction doesn't exist and they are 5 times stronger than otherwise. I know, Renji. He turned to look Renji dead in the eyes. But I'm not going to bother fighting someone with such a weak resolve. He prepared to continue on his way. Don't you dare dash. Renji began before a beam of pale light shot just an inch from his neck. Renji stood in shock, feeling his skin burn and blister from the heat of a nameless Byakurai that demonstrated a clear message. I've gotten much stronger, and I'm resolved in my actions. A point made with the amount of destruction that single beam caused. I could feel the conflict in your soul from the day we met. Ichigo told him, lowering his smoking hand. You never wanted to do anything to harm Rukia. I don't know your past together, but until you end that conflict you will never be able to beat me. he said, before continuing on his way. Renji dropped to his knees, beaten yet again, and treated like a pathetic rookie for the first time in a while. He was deaf and blind to the world, unaware of Hanataro applying first aid to his burns, as Ichigo's words echoed into his memories of the past 2 weeks. He realized he wanted to help Rukia, believing that beating Ichigo could influence that in any way. He wanted to defeat his captain, the man that took her away and made them drift apart. But most of all, he wanted to redeem himself for being a terrible friend. He did nothing to stop them from losing their connection, didn't even object in the slightest to her arrest, and blamed someone else when he was mad with himself. He made his plans and did as Ichigo told him, finding a place to rest for the remainder of the night before meeting with Rukia. "Ichigo!" he yelled, before the hybrid disappeared from sight. "Please! Save Rukia!" Ichigo said nothing before vanishing in a burst of speed. With Tatsuki, around the same time. Finally. The martial artist thought to herself, reaching the headquarters of the second squad of the Shinigami. Now Yoruchi always described her as petite with black hair, and since she's the current captain, she should be wearing a haori with a 2 on it. Or maybe I can force her out of hiding by beating the crap out of the idiots that have been following me. She yelled out, and letting the ninjas of the Onmitsukido, the covert police of Seoul society, know she knew they were following her. Little by little, they began to reveal themselves, with Marekio standing tall and proud. "You must be incredibly foolish to come here alone, little girl." Omida yelled out. He remembered the report from earlier, wartime measures were being taken. The forces of the Siriidii could no longer allow these human brats to keep showing them up. He had to prove the effectiveness of his squad and make his captain proud. "I, Lieutenant Marekio Omida, will show you your dash," he tried to say before Tatsuki slammed her knee into his face, resulting in a loud crunch that came from a broken nose. She then kicked him in the stomach, using that momentum to flip over him and threw him into the hard tile stones of the roof of the building they were on. She then locked his arms in place and swiftly dislocated them, finishing with a swift punch to his temple and knocking him out. "Time!" she yelled out to no one in particular. 2.5 seconds. Someone muttered out, surprised by the ferocity and efficiency she displayed. "DMN, too slow." Tatsuki cursed. "But whatever, you lot think this'll PSS off your captain enough to come out?" she asked, standing on top of the unconscious heap that was a lieutenant. "If anything, you did me a favor." She turned and came face to face with the petite black-haired captain of squad. "I'm Soi Fon, captain of squad. Surrender peacefully, Ryoka," she commanded in a no-nonsense way. Tatsuki met that with a determined grin. "Oh, I know who you are already," Tatsuki said, jumping off of the oaf. "Name's Tatsuki Arisawa, and I'm here for one thing." She immediately bowed before the captain while clasping her hands. "Please spar with me." For the first time in a long while, Soi Fon was caught off guard and stared at the human in shock. "Huh?" she so eloquently asked, trying to make some sense of the situation before her. "Out of all the Ryoka, only 2 are permitted to fight captains," Tatsuki explained. "I'm not one of them, but I really want to fight you. It's been forever since I had a chance to really test my skills. If you let me spar with you, I'll surrender immediately after." Soi Fon racked her brain, trying to figure this out. She's used to surprise attacks at night, poisons in her food and drinks, all-out ambushes, everything except for a sincere, upfront, sparring match request from an enemy. This was a new one for her. "Well, she said, some logical part of her mind still trying to catch up. "You did assault and embarrass my lieutenant in front of the entire squad." "Oh please, that guy is seriously your lieutenant?" Tatsuki chuckled, getting up out of her bow. "That bloated, flashy, idiot is the honest-to-God lieutenant of the 2nd Division. Did he buy his way up the ladder, because no one's standards are that low? As much as I'd like to agree with you, he actually did earn his station." Now it was Tatsuki's turn to be completely shocked. Yeah, his method is to act like a boastful, egotistical idiot that only got his position through money to drop his opponent's guard. There was a pause between the two martial artists. Soi Fon's expression went back to normal while Tatsuki was still bug-eyed. It is a legitimate strategy, but not one I approve of. It gets really annoying. I'm sorry, Captain. Omida managed to groan out, having finally come to. Shut up, idiot. Only to be silenced again by the girls kicking him like a soccer ball shot out of a cannon. They shared a glance before giggling. I like you, Arisawa. Soi Fon told her. You've earned that sparring match. She said before dropping to the ground and removing her haori, revealing her sleeveless and backless uniform. But when I've had enough, I will end it. She said with a smirk. Fine with me. Tatsuki called out with a grin, dropping down to join her. I'll even tell you a secret I bet you're dying to know. With Ichigo. He made his way towards the old man, risking a slight headache with a single pesquisa pulse to get a general direction and location. He found his target and charged toward who he expected was Yamamoto with determination, refusing any more detours, settling for only necessary delays instead. He expected Zaraki to be waiting for him, which could help his discussion with the commander to go much smoother if he was in no real condition to fight. That was the current plan anyway. Go to the 1st Division barracks, fight Zaraki, talk to Yamamoto, and expose Aizen somehow. It was supposed to be simple. But there was always a chance for a plan to hit a roadblock. He felt that roadblock and knew that this couldn't be avoided, so he dropped down and came face to face with his opponent. Hello, Ichigo Kurosaki, said the man. I'm the captain of Squad 5, Sosuke Aizen. Framed Crescent Moon. Soi Fon vs. Tatsuki. The sky in the realm of Past on Souls was on fire with the light of the setting sun. The two martial artists stood a few feet apart from the other, waiting for the start of the fight. A brave soul among the patrol corps volunteered to referee the battle between the Hornet and Fireball. Rules stood as when one of them admits defeat, or was rendered incapable of fighting. No blades, no Kido, just martial arts. The women just kept their confident smirks as they wait, though Soi Fon remained calm and focused while Tatsuki could barely contain her excitement. Off to the side, with the rest of the Onmitsukido, the appointed official raised his arm. Begin. He yelled, bringing his arm down swiftly. The two charged at each other, Tatsuki throwing the first punch which Soi Fon caught and deflected it. Managing to use that shift in balance, Tatsuki continued a furious assault of punches and kicks to her senior disciple of the Flash Goddess. Soi Fon kept her focus and seemingly danced around every attack, dodging or deflecting every blow with relative ease. Once she had a clear opening she struck, slamming her palms against Tatsuki's midsection and sent her back several feet. First blood. She quipped, Tatsuki already steadying herself. Ready for more. I'd be disappointed if you gave up now. She just disappeared in a burst of Shunpa and slammed her foot into Soi Fon with similar results. Don't worry, I can take a hit. She returned as Soi Fon uncrossed her arms from blocking the near sudden attack. Keep this up and I'll make you my new lieutenant. The captain returned, pleased with the promise her challenger displayed. They again charged at each other and became locked in another exchange of blows, each one as unrelenting as the last to display their skills in bare-handed combat. It went on like that until the petite captain caught Tatsuki's wrist and twisted around to put her in an arm lock, pinning her right arm helplessly against her back. Not to seem rude, Tatsuki groaned out in pain, but I'd rather not go against my boyfriend and join the enemy. We're still on opposing sides, remember? Maybe so, but it's only a matter of time till you're all captured. She said, putting more pressure on Tatsuki's arm and forcing the girl to her knees. You said it yourself, only two of you are supposed to be strong enough to fight captains. Tatsuki regained her smirk as she felt her hand press against the small captain's stomach. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm a slouch either. Doesn't that burn, by the way? She asked, igniting her rapier in her fist and summoning her fire. Soi Fon jumped back in surprise and released Tatsuki, who kicked her legs out from under her and tried to slam her burning fist into the Onmitsukido commander's stomach. She was met only with stone as Soi Fon escaped at the last second. We agreed on no Kido. Soi Fon growled, analyzing the mysterious ability her opponent displayed as her other fist ignited. But that's not Kido, is it? The two returned to their stances in preparation of the next assault. You're so much better than me. Tatsuki defended, not the least bit bothered by her flames. I needed an ace up my sleeve. She charged at the hornet, the fires in her hands roaring as they flew through the air to find their target with every strike. So much heat in such a small flame. Soi Fon thought as she dodged through the assault. The new ability Tatsuki displayed increased the effective range of her attacks, leaving small burns and singes on her as she tried to adapt to the sudden change. Does she actually know? No. It's not the same. A good imitation though. Definitely need her in my squad. After she managed to recognize the pattern in Tatsuki's movements, she made her move. Once again deflecting Tatsuki's punch and exposing her side. Predictable. Soi Fon smirked, readying a disabling strike. She was unaware of Tatsuki's smirk as she turned on her own and got Soi Fon with a spinning hook kick, with a little extra spice to it. My fists aren't the only ones that burn. She explained as Soi Fon slid to a halt on the ground, grasping her shoulder as the remnants of the spirit fire continued to burn her. She stood up as Tatsuki ignited her feet as well. That's my point, Captain. She said before charging again, putting Soi Fon on the defensive as she had to dodge the fiery strikes. Her shoulder still burned from the earlier attack and it put her on guard. For as much danger she was in and the duties she had to uphold, she found herself enjoying the match. It's not often that she gets a challenge that actually tests her in such a manner. She disappeared in a burst of speed to gain some distance and rethink a strategy. Skilled martial artist, interesting ability, maybe some more work on her shunpa. Soi Fon evaluated Tatsuki in her head. Omida, say hello to your replacement. She finished before Tatsuki spotted her on a spire and threw a punch. Meteor strike. Tatsuki yelled, shooting off a fireball at her opponent. Soi Fon barely managed to dodge the explosion when the ball connected to the building. Tatsuki winced from the accidental damage she caused. Sorry. Still working on that. She apologized. Just something we'll have to work on when you join the stealth force. Soi Fon said, disapproving of the flashiness of the move. Should be easy to fix. Understood. Thanks, senpai. Tatsuki let out carelessly, making Soi Fon stiffen. What did you call me? She said, shaken. She knew that Tatsuki didn't attend the academy, and her movements were so familiar. Now she understood why. I said Senator Pai. Tatsuki realized her mistake. Right, Sensei said you'd still be mad at Dash. She didn't even see it coming, barely felt it until she saw Soi Fon in front of her with her fist buried in her gut, right on the solar plexus. Tatsuki coughed out in pain as she was tripped and both her arms nearly torn out of their sockets and Soi Fon dislocated them. The moment she landed face first, Soi Fon pinned her there with a near-death grip on her neck. I'm done with this spar, Arisawa. The captain said coldly as her squad members came over to retrieve the defeated Ryoka. It was a good match, so I'll give you some advice. Leave her, she doesn't care about her students. She said bitterly, never forgiving the woman she once looked up to. She heard Tatsuki gasp out with some laughter. I'll keep that in mind. She groaned out, ignoring the pain in her chest. By the way, still want to hear that secret? She called out to the back facing her. It has to do with why she left you. Ichigo vs Aizen. I'm the captain of Squad 5, Sosuke Aizen. The man across the hybrid said. He spoke gently, mockingly as he was sure Ichigo knew who he was and his intentions. The hybrid said nothing as the two stood across from one another. If you would be so kind dash, he unsheathed his blade as Ichigo instantly appeared before him and swung his blade. He effortlessly blocked the attack as a shockwave created a gust of wind. To let me finish. And you called Renji rude. The difference is that Byakuya was actually interested in what I had to say. Ichigo said, charging his energy for a familiar ability. There is nothing you have to say that I care about. Getsuga Tensho. He roared, hitting Aizen point blank with a black and blue wave of energy. The blast left a giant gash in the ground and reduced several buildings to rubble. Ichigo scanned the cloud of dust for his opponent. I know what you're after and you won't stop me from reaching Yamamoto. Do you mean to tell him about my goals with the Hogyoku? Aizen said from behind Ichigo as 6 beams of light impaled him. Do you really think he'll believe the words of a Ryoka or the student of exiles over a captain that served loyally for a century? He asked before blocking another strike as the trapped Ichigo disappeared. Actually, I was going to tell him about an actual threat. Not some arrogant child attempting to play God. Aizen glared at the hybrid. In front of him. Did I actually strike a nerve on the great Aizen? Ichigo asked before Aizen got behind him and left a deep gash in his back. I thought you wanted to get to Yamamoto as soon as possible. He said to the boy as he staggered in pain. How do you expect to get to him if you spend all your time talking to me? Guess you're right. Ichigo said as he straightened up, already healed from the deep cut in his back. If we're going to keep exchanging banter till one of us dies, we'll be here till morning. Ichigo rolled and stretched his limbs in preparation. So I'm not going to bother being subtle with this, neither of us are going to go all out and I doubt you'll benefit in killing me now. He faced his opponent and settled into his stance. Is this just to get an idea of my current power, or are you staging a show? Could be both, could be neither. Aizen returned, readying himself. You will never succeed, Kurosaki. Shatter, Kyoka dash. He never finished his release phrase before Ichigo attacked him furiously, forcing the captain on the defensive. The training from Urahara and Yoruichi showed as every blow was filled with an intent to kill, so subtle that the only way to confirm the intentions of every strike was that each one was aimed for a vital area. Aizen easily met every strike, the danger actually making him focus on defense. Could he? No, that's impossible. No one knows. Aizen thought to himself as Ichigo continued his assault. Cannot let him use his illusion ability, absolutely can't. Ichigo told himself, knowing that anything less than lethal intent would do little to give the man pause. Ichigo was caught off guard as Aizen managed to disarm Ichigo of his blade as he twisted it out of his hands. Left with his bare fists, Ichigo increased his speed suddenly and struck Aizen in the chest with a palm attack. Aizen attempted to get some distance but Ichigo stayed inside his guard, doing his best to disable or at least crush his throat. Just as Ichigo seemed to get the upper hand, Aizen made another deep slash through Ichigo's throat. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Aizen recited, trapping the boy with the rods of light again. Foolish boy. All those years of preparation, all that training, all of it amounting to nothing. Even with me holding back. What a disappointment you turned out to be. He closed his eyes in shame at the display of Ichigo's abilities, secretly hoping for him to prove him wrong. He opened his eyes to see Ichigo in front of him with his arm glowing in concentrated racior. Getsuga. Ichigo yelled, striking Aizen in the chest with a fist and blast of racior, sending him back several feet. Not lightening up, he aimed his palm at the man again with a ball of crackling energy ready. Heido number 63, Raikoho. He fired the blast of energy at the man as he ended up buried in rubble. Like I said, Ichigo growled as he summoned his sword back to him, you will not stop me Aizen. He released the first form of his blade and raised it up for next attack. Getsuga Tensho. He roared, sending a wave of his destructive power at the man, destroying everything in its path. He grunted, feeling himself losing to his bloodlust. No. Gotta stay focused. Can't reveal any more Hollow or Quincy abilities. He yelled to himself, trying to suppress his inner beast. Not bad, he heard from behind as Aizen sunk his blade into his body, but you are still too weak. Heido number 11, Suzuri Raiden. He said, sending millions of volts of spirit electricity through Ichigo's body. The hybrid could only drop to his knees helplessly as his muscles clenched and his fries from the inside. I was hoping that you would be an ultimate being, capable of standing at my side in the end. But you have proven weak, feeble. Maybe, next time I try, I will use one of your sisters to birth my creation. Aizen mused, purposefully goading the hybrid. The worst part was that Ichigo knew that was his goal, but he didn't care. Don't you dare. Ichigo roared, forcing himself up and uppercutting Aizen with all his strength. Ichigo's veins were glowing and bulging out with his eyes shifting colors and his Ryatsu flaring about his body. He rocketed toward Aizen, creating 3 separate speed clones that each attacked the captain. The man flew higher until he felt a bind around his body. He found a rope of light binding him as Ichigo ripped him toward the ground. As they neared, Ichigo grabbed hold of him and used the momentum to spin them around and threw the manipulator into the ground at a greater velocity. As soon as Aizen collided with the ground, Ichigo aimed his palms again for another Kido spell. Ye Lord! Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Heido number 31, Shikaho. Ichigo chanted, creating a massive fireball. A fine display of power, but not enough. Aizen thought before shielding himself with a danku, holding off the majority of Ichigo's fireball. After the blast ended, he saw over 100 more appearing everywhere above him and shooting down like rain. That's a new one. Aizen idly thought before the punishing bombardment slammed into his barrier, eventually breaking it. Ichigo landed on the ground, almost 100 feet away. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu dash, he attempted before feeling himself get impaled and shot back into another building, this one collapsing on top of him. Ichigo's blade retracting to a normal length. In retrospect, Ichigo panted as he finally calmed down, this was a really bad idea. He looked down at his bloodied sword, now returned to its sealed state for that final attack. Every bit as difficult as he thought it would be, but he felt something was off about this. Captain Aizen. He heard a woman scream. He turned and saw a petite distraught girl, looking at where Aizen last was before turning to glare at the hybrid. You murderer. Ah crap. He whispered as he saw more lieutenants reveal themselves in the pale moonlight, all looking at him in shock. He tried to figure a way out while ignoring a sudden itch in his body. With Aizen. That boy is definitely something. He said, focusing his Kido into healing the wound in his side. He's able to mix and blend his abilities to frightening extents. Generating Reisure platforms as a focus for Kido, mixing Sonido and Shuinpa, concentrating his Reisure through his own body. Ichigo, you will be a fascinating being. He ceased his spell as he finally healed from his stab wound. Didn't expect him to mimic Jin's Shirkai like that. Maybe I should have gotten to you first. No matter. He rose up and returned to the building of the Central, with this, you will be the most wanted man in Soul Society and your friends will be executed. He said, looking down at his Zanpakuto. An elegant blade, despite missing 2 inches of the tip. That part of the blade was still embedded inside Ichigo, breaking off when he turned to attack him in that final assault. This will not protect you, Ichigo. The other captains will kill you for me. With Kenpachi and Yamamoto. Wow Kenny. Ichi must be really strong. Yachiru exclaimed from her captain's shoulder. The scarred man could only grin in anticipation. Yeah, that definitely looks like a worthwhile fight. The Kenpachi said in his ever-gravely voice. Do you not care that he killed Captain Aizen? The old commander by his side asked. When Zaraki heard of where he could expect to meet his chosen opponent, he made his way into Yamamoto's barracks and settled down, waiting patiently for Ichigo to arrive. The old man allowed it, as he figured the simplistic nature of the bloodthirsty fighter might inspire some revelation to some of his questions. I couldn't give a damn who dies. That just means they were weak. He said, completely without care. Though it does surprise me. Aizen said that he wanted to help save that Kuchiki girl and he was going to do everything to help do that. You'd think Ichigo would take him up on that offer. Indeed. Yamamoto mused. Ichigo Kurosaki. When you and your friends were attacked with the intent of capture, you defeated them without killing them. Aizen finds you and tries to help you, you kill him in cold blood. What is happening? He questioned as he enjoyed the rest of his tea. Recovery and reactions. With Ichigo. The orange-haired warrior stood there, in the pale light of the moon amidst the wreckage and rubble of his clash with the captain. He wasn't aware of the gathering audience or even what they saw. His knowledge about Aizen's abilities were simply that of illusions, not the extent of it. He surveyed the soul reapers surrounding him, the distraught petite girl with her hair in a bun, a man with a tattoo of 69 on his face, another wearing sunglasses with a thin mustache, a third with long blonde hair covering an eye, a woman with wavy blonde hair and huge assets, and Jin Ikkimaru with a shorter white-haired boy wearing an haori. 2 captains, one of which tried to kill me earlier. He thought to himself as he analyzed his situation, noting the badges on the others' arms. Along with 5 lieutenants. Ichigo felt the stress of the earlier fight seep into his body, making him feel weaker and weaker. Can I talk my way out of this? You murderer! The petite girl screamed, charging at him with hate in her eyes. Guess not. He realized with finality as the girl called out her blade, turning it into a multi-pronged sword on fire. When she got within 5 feet of him however, he stopped her cold in her tracks with a large hand wrapped tightly around her neck. I need to get out of here, that fight took too much out of me. He tightened his grip as she struggled feebly in his hand, already weakening from the cut-off blood flow to her brain. He loosened his grip when she stopped struggling, leaving her only unconscious. It did not look good to the others watching this. Momo. He heard them cry out as he let the girl down as gently and quickly as possible. He barely had enough time to avoid the spinning twin-sided scythe blade, causing him to jump away from the downed girl. UBSTRD. The man with the tattoo called out. Guessing Aizen had them under his illusion before the fight. He tried to focus while dodging the blades as the lieutenant charged at him with both Kusarigama poles while the Yakuza man attacked him with a large scimitar blade that had a pick below the tip. Both were relentless in their attacks, making Ichigo bend and weave through their attacks, unaware of the blonde lieutenant's chanting of a Kido spell. He was impaled with the familiar rods of light which slowed him enough for both of his attackers to strike him. Both attacks hit true as the cold steel dug their way into his flesh, or that was the intention at least. When they made contact, they bounced off of him harmlessly. Impossible. The white-haired Hitsugaya gasped. Just how much power does he have? He'd met his own abilities for being too dangerous to allow him to join in the fight, wanting to immediately kill the Ryoka for daring to harm his friend. More than enough. Jin thought as he watched the fight, losing his fox-like smirk to analyze the hybrid. That's a terrifying hero he has. He thought before Ichigo forced his opponents away with a massive pulse of his Ryatsu. Near-perfect regeneration, strong defense, amazing Ryatsu control and manipulation. And best of all, he'll only get stronger. He felt himself grin. He'll do nicely. He saw Hisagi throw his Shurkai blade one more time at the hybrid. I can't wait any longer. Ichigo growled in his mind. Just as the spinning blades passed him, he grabbed onto the chain and wrapped it around his arm. The look of shock on the lieutenant was enough for Ichigo to yank on the chain and swing him around like a flail. After watching his ally get slammed into several hard surfaces, the Yakuza-looking man tried to attack Ichigo again. Ichigo sent him flying back with a punch to his gut and further back as Hisagi collided with him. Heido number 11, Suzuri Raiden. He whispered, sending an electric current through the chain and turning the two into light bulbs. Raise your head, Wabasuk. He heard from behind him. He released Zangetsu in time to turn and block a relentless assault from the Squad 3 lieutenant and his hook-shaped blade. When he backed off, Ichigo nearly collapsed at the sudden change of weight in his sword. My blade doubles the weight of anything it strikes. I've struck your sword over 20 times, you can no longer lift your blade. The man said as he hooked Ichigo's neck with his sword. Submit, and atone for the sin of hurting my friends. He said as he pulled. Izuru. That's not going to work. Jin called out to his lieutenant. Sure enough, the blade barely made a scratch in the hybrid. Ichigo merely grabbed the blade and removed it from his neck before calmly raising up his sword. Kira was watching in dismay as Ichigo clearly demonstrated his prowess. Next time I see you, tell me how much this hurts. He said before swinging the flat of his blade like a club and sending the man flying. DMN, I could barely keep that going. He said before changing his blade and removing the effects. That was really heavy. Sit upon the frosted heavens, Hirinmaru. The child captain called out. In the midst of the onslaught against the hybrid, his lieutenant Ranjaku managed to pull his childhood friend Momo out of harm's way. With the other lieutenants out of his range, he and Ikkimaru could now get involved. He sent a few of his ice dragons down on the lone Ryoka. He saw Ichigo scan the area and seemed relieved that he was alone. He saw a dark red ball of energy coalesce in his hand. Is that a dash? He thought in confusion before Ichigo moved his hand at him and unleashed the torrent of power. Bakudo number 39, Enkozen. Jin yelled out, getting in front of his colleague with a round orange shield before Ichigo's Zero destroyed the dragons and blast even them away. Is he already at the level of an Espada? Jin wondered, thinking back to Aizen's army and comparing the powers of the two. Before he could do anything else, a massive thick cloud of red smoke exploded from Ichigo's position and his Ryatsu seemed to disappear. That project worked a little too well, Aizen. This boy is going to kill you. He predicted as reinforcements came too late. Ichigo has disappeared. With Ichigo. Ow, 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 ow. The hybrid chanted as he speed-walked toward another sewer entrance to hide and like his wounds. With the danger gone and his adrenaline wearing away, that dull itch in his side became a sharp pain, like something was carving away at his insides. DMNU Aizen. He cursed, feeling himself weakening more and more. This is going to make talking to Yamamoto a bit worrisome. He managed to find his way to a safe place and collapsed on the floor. Back in a sewer system, almost completely drained, and they know I have hollow powers. Ichigo grunted. I need a nap. He mumbled before darkness took him. Unaware of several figures in white appearing from behind him. With Renji. He stood, watching in shock and awe at the battle that transpired. He brought Ganju and Hanataro to a good resting spot for the night and it wouldn't be too much longer till they get to Rukia's cell. He sent out a couple hell butterflies informing both his captain and the head captain of what was happening with him. He confronted Ichigo and was completely outclassed in a single move. He would take the other Ryoka and bring him to the repentance cell to settle a personal issue of some kind, and Ichigo was determined to reach the commander. While the others slept, he stood as a sentinel against any that might show up for some meager ounce of glory or something else idiotic. That's when he saw explosions of force and racior. He immediately realized that Ichigo was fighting, and was glad that Ichigo chose not to fight him. After some time the struggle died down and he heard an echoing scream of despair that stretched all over the Siriidii. Captain Aizen. He heard Hinamori scream. That caught the tattooed lieutenant's attention. You murderer. Renji was shocked at that. Ichigo. You killed. Renji didn't know Ichigo at all personally, just that he had the presence of a powerful and honorable warrior. Rukia told him more as a man that would fight to protect anyone if he could help. Everything he heard about Ichigo and everything he knew about Aizen told him that the two would be friends, allies. Aizen would bring Ichigo to the commander, they discuss Rukia's case and get her amnesty, and he'd be placed under strict observation until the event that he could fully become a Soul Reaper. But now, Ichigo killed Aizen. What was going on? The battle continued with Lieutenants Kira, Hisagi, and Tetsuziman proving no challenge and Captain Hitsugaya attempting to attack, only for his Shirkai to be overpowered with a hollow Zero. Ichigo. What the hell are you? With Tatsuki, Squad 2 Barracks. Tatsuki lay on her cell cot, resting and waiting with guards on standby to act. Despite what happened after the spar, Tatsuki was being treated rather well. The interrogation didn't yield too much they didn't already know, other than who could fight captains. Tatsuki was being a well-behaved prisoner, so she was being treated relatively well. It wasn't until Ichigo's fight with Aizen started did she react. What's going on? She asked one of her guards when a member of the patrol corps came in when the fight ended. The last thing she felt about her lover's Ryatsu was that it was fluctuating from focus to chaotic and weak. She was sitting at the edge of the cot with anticipation and worry. Apparently Ichigo met with Captain Aizen. The messenger stated. Aizen offered to help Ichigo, who instantly attacked with no other provocation. Her teachers never said anything about Aizen to her, all she knew was that he was never to be trusted. But for Ichigo to simply attack someone out of the blue? He must know something about Aizen she clearly didn't. Captain Aizen stated his intentions to save the prisoner, but Ichigo responded that he didn't care about the prisoner before fatally injuring the captain. Ichigo Kurosaki disappeared without a trace shortly after disabling Lieutenants Momo Hinamori, Izuru Kira, Shuhei Hisagi, and Tetsuziman Iba. Tatsuki felt sick and numb, all the strength drained from her. Same orders apply. Capture the Ryoka, by any means necessary. He didn't say it, but the implications were clear. Lethal force is permitted. Only Captain-class Soul Reapers may confront Ichigo Kurosaki. With Chad. He was resting after a long day of running around, evading patrols, beating the crap out of other Soul Reapers, placing tags all over the Siriidii, and he still had more to do. He had the energy, more than enough to keep going. Endurance, stamina, and strength were the things Tatsuki couldn't beat him at, and he wasn't too far behind Ichigo's level in those areas. The reason he needed to rest was to calm himself down. Ichigo was in trouble, he felt it. He should find him, watch his back, shield him when he can't protect himself. But he had his mission, and Ichigo trusted him. Thinking back on last night when they talked. Flashback. Hey Chad, what's with those packets you gave to Ganju's friends? Ichigo asked before they all retired for the night. I don't know. Something Urahara gave me. Said, 5 in every district and where the pressure seemed greatest. He told me and Yuryu to place these in hotspots all over Siriidii. He explained. He didn't say it, but he felt uneasy about abandoning Ichigo in enemy territory. Don't even think about it, Chad. Ichigo quickly said. I don't care how bad it gets, you have a mission and you see it through to the end. Don't worry about me. 'Cause I'm not worried about you. He said, making the giant look at him questioningly. I have too much faith in you to worry about you dying on me. He answered, throwing a confident smile to his longtime friend. It eased Sato's nerves as he fell asleep for the night. Flashback end. Ichigo. He mumbled, rubbing the medallion on his neck. You'll be fine. He said, reassuring himself before lying down to rest for a time. I'm sorry for being a bad friend. I can't help but be worried about you from time to time. I swear to never let you down though. He let the darkness take him. With Yuryu and Orihime. The duo finished placing the next patch at their current location when they felt Ichigo's battle. Orihime desperately wanted to get to his side, but Yuryu managed to calm her down by reminding her how outclassed she would be. Best to let Ichigo finish his fight when she could be safe from the crossfire. By the time the dust settled and it was safe to go to him, he vanished. Yuryu became the victim of an angry Orihime and her less than happy fairies who were now attacking Yuryu in the most annoying manner possible, with Orihime angrily pouting at him. Well, least she's not really hurting me, he rationalized after remembering what she did to that one Shinigami that attacked them. The ones they saw first were easily dispatched with his bow and Tsubaki. The ones that found them, Orihime proved her frightening skill with her martial arts. It was embarrassing that she was handling the close-quarters combat while he was too slow to stop them. He could hold his own, Orihime just always attacked first. That's when he felt a familiar racial presence, one he only recognized from his father. What the hell? He wondered before feeling a fluctuation in racial that quickly dissipated. Yuryu, what was that? Orihime asked, recalling her sprites and calming down. That was Ichigo, and something else. Yuryu said, being as vague as possible. The Vandenrake watches from the shadows. That shadows of Soul Society. How is this possible? He tried to figure out before deciding to double their efforts and progress. Come on Orihime, we have work to do. Right. She said, matching the urgency in his tone. Inside Ichigo's inner world. Was this on your command? The Black Sengetsu questioned, standing watchful over his charge and master. Are you sentient enough to make these commands? Or was this the order of your mindless dogs? Ichigo himself rested peacefully, unaware of events that took place. Well, that was boring. Came the warped voice of the real blade. Kin showing hopeful progress though. Then the Quincy soldats are dead. The elder said. That's good. They might see the asset or threat that Ichigo is, but won't attack knowing he isn't vulnerable. He then noticed Ichigo healing faster. Yeah, they'll also be less inclined now knowing what might happen. The Hollow spoke. It'll take more than a bunch of nameless drones to capture Ichigo on our watch. Indeed. The old man said, watching Ichigo awaken from his slumber. Like maybe a cute girl with a nice rack. Someone like that one blonde chick dash. Shut up. With Ichigo. He roused himself from his slumber, releasing a yawn as he stretched himself and feeling several familiar pops in his joints and back. He forced himself to his feet and stretched out more. Thank God for my regenerative powers. He said to himself. Not only would I be sore, I'd be dead otherwise. Where do souls go when they die? Ichigo asked as he opened his eyes, only to be met with the picture of several dead bodies. All in white military uniforms with a Quincy cross that all seemed to have deep gashes in their bodies. He looked down to see his blade, stained red in gore. Let it go Ichigo, you have stuff to do. He said, choosing to ignore the bodies of the Quincy. If he was going to reach Yamamoto today, he could not afford any distractions. He proceeded to leave his little hideaway after calling his blade back to his hand. Squad 8 Barracks. Captain Kairaku, a female Shinigami with a stern expression called to her lazing captain, Ryoka has appeared. Which one Nanao? The lazy bearded man known as Shunsui Kairaku asked his secretary lieutenant. Tatsuki gave them a description of her friends and vouched that Ichigo would never kill unless necessary. Based on what Arisawa said, he should be Yasutora Sado. She said. He's not permitted to fight a captain, but neither was Arisawa and Dash. And she sparred with Captain Soi Fon. There is a difference. He said, raising from his nap. Come on, let's go greet our guest. Squad 1 Barracks. Ichigo finally made it to the courtyard of the leader of the Godai 13th base. The building stood there, tall and imposing as Ichigo strode over to his destination. Come on out already. Ichigo called out. I know I've kept you waiting but I was held up. He felt an immense spiritual pressure come down on him as a hunched figure on the roof of the barracks stood up. Ichigo felt a savage nature much like his repressed instincts, as much as he'd hate to say it, Ichigo was excited. The man jumped off the roof of the barracks and came crashing down across from him. I admit I was losing patience. The Kenpachi said in a deep tone, the jingling of his bells adding somewhat to his menace. But that fight last night only served to excite me more. He stood to his full imposing height, showing his brutal and ragged form. Name's Kenpachi Zaraki, captain of squad, and I'm pleased to finally meet you, Ichigo Kurosaki. He said with a savage grin. Pact of fighters. With Chad. The hours passed outside as he rested, inside he went through years of his life. The life he regretted as a kid, angry at everything and anyone just waiting for an excuse to lash out. The life he had because of his grandfather, helping others with his powerful fists while taking unbelievable punishment with his strong body. Now the life he lives, as an unbreakable shield to a mighty protector. His strength granted to one that helped him find a sense of meaning in his life, a best friend that he'd be ready to die for because he would do the same. He'd then defy death because he knew Ichigo would never forgive him for that. He chuckled slightly, finding humor in the contradiction of refusing his death when that was Ichigo's job description. He was brought out of his musing when he heard the shouts of Shinigami outside the warehouse he was sleeping in. Guess that's it for my nap. He mumbled before transforming his arm. He rose up and walked over to the door, the yelling and thudding getting louder and louder. He made a swift strike at one of the hinges, blowing a hole through the frame and quieting the crowd outside. He repeated that 3 more times, leaving the door very loose in its place. He backed up a little bit before charging and using the door as a makeshift ram. A good chunk of that crowd of Soul Reapers ended up unconscious from the sudden impact as Chad began his rampage through the crowd. Punches like lightning sending his opponents flying as he pretty much waded through the crowd. Throwing some around like discarded clothing, kicks that cleared a path like axes to wood, the intense cannon blasts of Rapier from his black right arm, more akin to a force of nature than a man to all the Shinigami against him. A group of 20 strong reduced to naught but mangled broken bones. Maybe I should try to hold back more. Chad wondered aloud as he studied the aftermath. Craters in the walls and streets with bent or broken swords all around him with piles of unconscious Soul Reapers. Oh well. He said before fishing out his locator and proceeding with his task. I wonder how Ichigo's doing. With Ichigo and Kenpachi. Kenpachi. Ichigo said, staring down his opponent. The greatest fighter of the court guard squads, the man who stands atop a mountain of corpses. He remembered the stories of the various title holders told by his teachers. All the hollows he faced, the hardest his teachers attacked him, none of it compared to the dark savagery of the man standing across from him. It was both unsettling and exciting for the young hybrid. Ikkaku said you'd want to meet me. Any reason why? Because you're strong. Kenpachi responded, like it was the simplest thing in the world. My interest has always been in a good fight. Good, evil, justice, chaos. I don't care about any of that because none of it matters in a fight. He then adopted a confused scowl, thinking that Ichigo knew what he was talking about. Why should fighting need a reason? You fight for the sake of fighting? Ichigo said. Can't say I understand that. My fights usually ended up being disappointments because they were too weak or because they were holding back. Like Ikkaku and Aizen? The battle-scarred man asked. I did get the feeling that Ikkaku was holding back in a lot of his matches. But what about Aizen then? Ikkaku needed to be taught a lesson. Ichigo said while his presence was turning darker. Aizen on the other hand must die. Zaraki felt an old familiar tension in his body, one he hasn't sensed in centuries. A sense that this opponent might kill him. Wow. Ichi can be really scary. The tension was broken as a small pink-haired little girl made her presence known. Ichigo looked down on the small lieutenant as the two calmed down. Looks like this can be a lot of fun, Kenny. She cheered as she ran back to her captain. Kenpachi smirked again as his lieutenant destroyed the tension. Yeah, it's been so long since I've had a good fight. He said, already unsheathing his blade. The small display Ichigo gave earlier put him on a slight edge, no longer needing to see if he could put up a good fight. Now get out of the way, Yachiru, this could get messy. The small girl jumped off to her vantage point on top of the First Division barracks. "Hey King," Zangetsu spoke out to his wielder, "there's something I want to check out. You mind?" Ichigo looked up to the small lieutenant, almost understanding his blade's interest in the girl. Something about her was off. Without saying anything he materialized his Zanpakuto's spirit, appearing as a familiar reflection of Ichigo with his skull mask, who disappeared just as quickly. "Sorry, my Zanpakuto was interested in your lieutenant," Ichigo said, drawing his blade. "Now, why don't you show me how to enjoy a fight?" He growled before the two charged at each other, resulting in a loud clang. "With pleasure." Kenpachi roared, already feeling his battle high coming on. "With Chad." He kept on with his mission, following the signals to the next hotspot on his locator to place the next tag. No Shinigami was able to stop him. Against his overwhelming strength and surprising speed and reaction abilities, they were leaves tackling a concrete wall. His signal was now coming from his immediate right, behind an 8-foot wall. The extension on his arm snapped open as he charged his energy. "El Directo!" he yelled, blasting a hole through the wall and removing or scaring off any other Soul Reaper in the area. He made his way through the hole and kept moving forward. When his way was blocked by one Shinigami, claiming to be a third seat, Chad just shoved him out of the way. The apparent third in command was shot through another wall. He only stopped when he saw the flower petals, and a man in a flowery kimono with a straw hat. "Hello there, Yasutora Sado," the man said in a cheerful, lazy manner. "I am Shunsui Kairaku, captain of Squad 8. The two continued to stare at each other, Kairaku with a smile against Chad's passive expression. All the while, flower petals kept falling. Or was being tossed around by the female secretary Soul Reaper above them. "Hey, Nanao!" the captain called. "The moments passed, you can stop now." She just kept on tossing. "Nanao! Can you hear me? My sweet Nanao!" Lovely little Nana Dash, she dumped the rest of the petals on him with no tact, annoyance clearly showing on her face. "Does this happen often?" Sato asked as Kairaku got out of the pile. "Yeah, she's just shy is all," he said, brushing off the remaining flower petals. "So, what now? Since you know my name, I'm guessing you know that I'm also not supposed to fight captains." Shunsui smiled and nodded. "How is Tatsuki?" "She's fine. Quite popular with the members of the second squad for her martial arts skill. But there's some things I wanted to ask you, Yasutora Sado," he said, gaining a sense of seriousness about him. Chad immediately had his guard up in case he needed to run or defend himself. "Will you join me for a drink?" the captain said with a smile, pulling out a jug of sake with 2 small cups. After the initial shock wore off, he relaxed again but was still ready to move. "Come on, it's a lovely day. Just sit down and have a few drinks while we chat," Shunsui said. "Sorry, but no," Sato said, earning a surprised look from the captain. "I appreciate the offer but I'm underage. I'm not supposed to drink any alcohol." Kairaku let out a sigh of disappointment. "Well, that's a shame. This is some good stuff too." The two again just stood and waited as time passed. "My lieutenant makes excellent tea," the captain offered. "That works," Chad said as he dispelled his power and sat across from the captain. "Nanao. Could you be a dear and get us some tea and snacks?" he asked his stern lieutenant, who just disappeared after shooting him a glare. "Why do you have to be so cold, my sweet Nanao?" he cried with anime tears running down his face. "Can you explain to me the current situation, Mr. Kairaku?" Chad asked, seeing as he had nothing else to do. He remembered hearing about Shunsui Kairaku as one of the oldest captains of the 13 squads. Above all, a man that he did not want to make an enemy of. "You mean with your friends?" the captain clarified, getting a serious nod from the giant. "Capture, dead or alive?" Ichigo Kurosaki is considered a captain's only target. So whatever it is your friend has to say to old man Yama, it better be good. He said while they sensed a sudden burst of Ryatsu. Zangetsu and Yachiru. That guy has no idea, does he? The hollow blade asked the child sitting at his side. Their gaze fixed on the hybrid and the berserker as they struggled against one another. The clashing of their blades were enough to be an orchestra of battle. Nope, he doesn't. Yachiru said with a melancholic smile. All he cares about is fighting, nothing else really matters. She explained to her companion. He understands himself perfectly and I help him with what he wants. If he wants to cripple himself so badly that he's just a shell of his real power, then that's fine. I've gotten used to him doing that. But because of all that, he's the closest to understanding himself. Even if he's blind to see it. Zangetsu finished, seeing a close parallel between Ichigo and Kenpachi. The battle-hungry warrior was simplistic and chose to ignore what was right in front of him. The hybrid was complex but tackled it head-on. On was already powerful but was holding back while the other had unlimited potential and had to earn it. Zaraki will lose in the end. The White Spirit said just as Ichigo was starting to get sloppy in their fight. Ichigo's too stubborn to die. Ichigo vs Kenpachi. The fight was even when it started. Slashes, blocks, stabs, dodges, clashes and grunts between the two as they struggled, showcasing their skills. Ichigo was fast but Kenpachi was experienced. No matter how he went at him, Kenpachi had a dodge or block ready. Unfortunately, something else was happening that affected Ichigo's performance. Ichigo was used to his opponents being level-headed or in fear of him. This man thrived on the feeling he was getting from fighting Ichigo. It wasn't like when Ichigo fought Zangetsu because he knew his blade. The man across from him, the Kenpachi, was a savage beast that killed for sport, and he was getting stronger as the fight went on. It started to unnerve the hybrid and got slashed across his chest. Ah DMN. He cursed as the burning pain rang out from the tear on his chest. A shallow cut, but it was not healing as quickly due to the blade fragments still in his back. Zaraki came on him with another attack, which Ichigo blocked but was overpowered as the chipped blade dug into his flesh. What the hell is wrong with me? He yelled out as the captain continued to cut and slash him. The damage was minimal but was building up. What's wrong, Ichigo? Kenpachi growled, feeling a level of disappointment in his enemy. I thought you wanted to learn how to enjoy fighting. Why are you cowering now? Ichigo froze, the battle-scarred man's words ringing in his ears. He hadn't been afraid since Urahara and Yoruchi drilled killing intent into his skull. He fought Aizen with the intention of. Wait, no I didn't. Ichigo realized. Aizen's goal was to spread chaos among the Soul Reapers. Everyone else was trying to capture me. Why is this affecting me so much? Even he isn't supposed to try to kill me. Right? Ichigo struggled with the idea, feeling that if he wasn't careful with Zaraki then he was going to die. Regeneration just wouldn't work if he was cut in half. On the surface, Ichigo and Zaraki were pretty even, but there was more hidden deep within. A monster hiding underneath the battle-hungry warrior, that's what had the protector on edge. His mistake was fighting Zaraki like a man, when he needed to be more like a beast. Steeling himself, Ichigo did the best thing he could to calm himself down. What are you dash? The captain asked as Ichigo punched himself in the face with a loud resounding crack. Kenpachi could only watch as Ichigo took several breaths, each one becoming more and more even as he brought himself back to reality. Sorry, lost my nerve for a bit. Ichigo said, his injuries already healing. I wanted you to show me how to enjoy a fight, and you did. Ichigo's Ryatsu took on a noticeable shift to a more hollow-like one, fully aware of his audience. I was too focused. I just need to let myself go. He said as his eyes shifted. I promise to give you what you want. He said, glaring at the man with his black and gold eyes. Next thing Kenpachi knew, Ichigo was in front of him making a long cut across his chest. Ichigo had a manic grin on his face, which matched Kenpachi's own. "That's it," he said before their blades clashed once again. "This is what I was hoping for." He started laughing as they continued their fight. This continued as they both struck at the other, trying to come out on top. Both were in tatters and blood as their blades continued to find their marks. "This is the best," Kenpachi yelled as his cut through Ichigo's shoulder, who left a dangerous mark on Kenpachi's neck. They separated as Zaraki continued to laugh. "Thank you, Ichigo. Thank you for existing. Never have I come across someone like you," he said through his laughter. "There has only been one other person that has made me feel this way. No, you might even eclipse that." He stopped laughing, keeping that manic smile. "I can't give you anything but my full effort, Ichigo. Let's go." He ripped off his eye patch and unleashed his Ryatsu. All over the Siriidii, people felt this battle. "With Yoruchi. Ichigo," she thought, watching the two behemoths clash. "Be careful. Squad 4 barracks. Looks like the captain is having fun," Ikkaku said as he and Yumachika were enjoying a few cups of tea as the bald warrior was visited by his friend. "He's way out of my league, I can tell that much. And the captain's about to use his trump card," the fifth seat said. "To think he was strong enough to push him that far." Unbeknownst to the two fighters was the current captain of the 4th Division. "Far from it, you two," she thought, feeling her lone scar on her chest ache a little. "The boy is undoing my greatest sin just a little bit. Either way, one of them will end up here. Near the repentance cell." "Is that Ichigo?" Hanataro yelled, the massive Ryatsus clashing affecting them as a blizzard in the mountains. "Just what the hell is he?" Renji growled out as he helped keep their small group going. There was only one problem. "Yeah. Go Ichigo. Kick his butt." Ganju cheered, holding up their progress a bit. "Shut up and keep going," the lieutenant yelled. "Yuryu and Orihime. Let me go, Yuryu." Orihime yelled as she struggled against her Quincy companion's strength. "He needs help. Just let me go." "I can't do that," Yuryu yelled. "Ichigo would never forgive me if you got hurt and I could have prevented it." She kept struggling, but it was weaker and weaker with every second, knowing that Ichigo would want her somewhere safe. With Yuryu it was certainly much safer than wandering around on her own trying to find whatever fight Ichigo was in the middle of. "Calm down, Orihime. Ichigo has the strongest will of anyone I've ever known. He'll survive. We have to keep moving," he urged one last time before she started crying. "Even with my powers, I'd only be in his way." She sobbed before he turned her around and hugged her. "Think of it more as, waiting for him to come home and get patched up," he said when she calmed down. "After all, think about him with a couple scars. For once," he said. Orihime did just that. And a drip of blood came out of her nose. "Doesn't sound so bad now, does it?" He waited for a response, but she was clearly in her own little world. "And I lost her. Good job, idiot." He berated himself before throwing her over his shoulder and carrying her off. "Chad and Kairaku. Looks like things are getting a little hectic over there," Shunsui noted as he munched on another rice cracker. "So as I was saying. Why are you here? Your friend seems fixated on meeting with the old man and saving Rukia." He took a drink of his tea while looking Sato in the eye. "His reason makes sense. But what about you?" "There's not much to it," Chad said. "Ichigo is my friend, if he needs my help I'll give it. Deliver a message, help him move, fight off a group of thugs, even if it puts my life on the line I'd help him." "Heh, he must be a good friend to have that kind of loyalty out of you," Kairaku noted, thinking of his own best friend in a sickly captain. "To be completely honest, Kairaku, if he didn't tell me to not fight a losing battle, we'd be fighting right now." This earned a look from the lazy captain. Ichigo swore to me that if there was anything I'd give my life for, then so would he. All he asked was that I do the same. It's a meeting that gave me purpose. The captain burst out laughing in noticeable cheer. Then I'll have to thank him for this nice conversation. He reached out and laid a hand on his shoulder. You're a good man, Yasutora Sado. It's a shame I have to put you in the detention cell. You have your duties, I had mine. Chad said as they finished their picnic. With Tatsuki. Come on. I've got restraints on and I'm still beating you. Tatsuki yelled out, jumping around with fantastic agility while wearing cuffs on her wrists and ankles, kicking and punching various members of the second division. She had enough favor with Soi Fon to keep up her martial arts skills, but only under strict supervision. Most of the squad took it to mean, the ones that get to watch are fine, everyone else needs to improve. There were only 5 people watching, excluding the lieutenant who was turned into Tatsuki's punching bag as a result of his embarrassing defeat. Tatsuki needed the distraction, feeling Ichigo's fight was putting her on edge as well. Ichigo, if you die, I'm gonna be sad. She thought before jumping and kicking another guy in the head. You win, then I'm getting that CC nurse outfit I found. Zangetsu and Yachiru. Ichigo seems like a good guy. Yachiru said with a smile, almost envious of the protector. Yeah. Zaraki is going to say something stupid soon. Zangetsu bluntly said. With Ichigo and Zaraki. Fine. Call out your Zanpakuto. Ichigo called out. Zaraki merely raised an eyebrow. My Zanpakuto doesn't have a name. He bluntly said, destroying the mood of the fight. What? Ichigo dryly asked. He thought he saw Zangetsu give himself a tired facepalm. My spiritual pressure is so great that no seal can contain it. This is the true form of my Zanpakuto. He declared. You are a captain of the Godai 13, telling me you have no connection to your blade, despite X number of years, decades even, of using it. Ichigo tried to clarify. Zanpakuto are simply weapons for killing, that's all there is to it. He defended ignorantly. Even if they do have spirits of their own, they are simply tools of battle. Is he for real? Ichigo asked himself as he felt his eye twitch. The look in Zaraki's eyes told him that he believed what he was saying. Zangetsu. Ichigo called out, making his blade turn and his spirit appear at his side. Yep. The hollow blade asked, just as irritated. I'm going to start hurting him now, I don't know if I'll stop. Ichigo almost growled out. Mask? Zangetsu asked, concerned about how far this was going to go. I honestly do not care at this point. He said before a black vortex of erasure consumed the both of them. When it calmed down, it revealed Ichigo with his red and white hollow mask. Play time's over, Zaraki. He said before spinning his blade by the cloth. I'm ending this. Ending? Zaraki laughed. This is just getting start dash. He was interrupted by Ichigo's massive blade slamming into his stomach and sending him flying with a deep slash. The blade returned to Ichigo's hand as he spun it again. He said he's releasing his full power, but even now it's steadily increasing to match my own. Ichigo observed, sensing the growing power in the Kenpachi. Zaraki soon got back up, his psychotic smile still on his face. What's happening? Kenpachi made a downward slash on Ichigo, but it stopped cold on his shoulder. Ichigo kicked him back and brought his blade down like a buzzsaw on Zaraki. He blocked, but the repeated slashes made several cuts in the behemoth, and his power kept growing. What am I feeling from this guy? Ichigo charged at his opponent, raising his arm to block another slash. The chipped sword connected and slowly dug its way through his arm. Ichigo quickly tilted his arm and slashed down with Zangetsu, coming out with a thin slice out of his forearm. And now he's cut through my hero. Ichigo took his chance to kick off of Kenpachi and into the air. Take this, Getsuga Tensho. He yelled, swinging his blade wildly downward and sending a barrage of erasure blasts. All that power, he can't even hear his own Zanpakuto, and all he wants is to fight. Even unrestrained he's holding back. Not consciously at least. Zangetsu let slip. It seems like he has the most insulting seal on himself. The elder version said. He holds back because of it. Wait, is he? Ichigo asked his spirits as he landed. Zaraki marching out of the darkness radiating his yellow light, highlighting all the burns, cuts and blood he's covered in. Come on Ichigo. He said, staggering a little, not used to this level of damage anymore. I'm not done yet. He charged at Ichigo, fully enjoying himself despite the condition he was in. Until Ichigo froze him with a single statement. You're afraid to kill me, aren't you? Kenpachi stopped, a storm of emotions going through his head. Confusion at the general statement and anger that he would be afraid of anything. What the hell are you talking about? He demanded. Who could possibly be afraid to kill their enemy? I killed hundreds for fun, so why should I be afraid of another's blood staining my sword? You said it yourself, you thank me for existing. Ichigo explained, dispelling his mask. You've gone so long without a truly worthy opponent that you are incapable of releasing your true strength out of fear that you'll never find a worthy challenge again. Zaraki continued to glare at his opponent and hating the fact that, on some level, this lecture was making sense to him. Don't mock me. Come at me like you mean it. Prove me wrong and ram that chipped blade through my heart. The hybrid yelled, demanding action from his enemy. Quit your quivering and attack. And Kenpachi did. He charged at Ichigo with his blade, aimed straight for the boy's heart. Time slowed for the both of them as the blade inched closer to its target. For the slightest instant however, it became apparent to the captain. Ichigo was right. Right about him. He didn't want to kill such a worthy match, not when he could have more battles like they just had. He tried to avoid the fatal strike before he felt a hand grasp his own. What? He saw Ichigo's grab the blade and skewer himself through the chest. Blood slowly dripped from his wound as Ichigo pulled himself further down the blade, coughing up some blood on the way down, until he came face to face with the battle-hungry captain. He took hold of the man's Haori and slammed their skulls together. Now listen here you BSTRD. The hybrid yelled. You will never be able to kill me. Stab me, cut me, slash me, whatever, I will never die by your hand. If you want an opponent to fight you then that's what I'll be. Kenpachi looked at the defiant boy on his sword, and felt a strange sense of hope in his chest. Become my ally, fight by my side, and I will be the last opponent you will ever face. All others will be a warm-up for our next fight. Ichigo then stabbed Kenpachi through the chest, just barely missing anything vital. This is our pact. I will be that fighter you've been waiting for and you will return to your true strength or I'll kill you trying. Do you accept this? Ichigo asked, glaring at his enemy as the shock fell from the man's eyes. Slowly he began laughing excitedly, striking terror in many hearts as the unbridled joy of Zaraki filled the air. Very well then Ichigo, I accept. He whispered with tears of happiness streaming down his face. It was a new feeling for him, hope that he finally found someone on his level. And he liked it. Ichigo pried out the sword from Zaraki and threw him to the side, before blasting him away with a point-blank zero. He'll be fine. Right? He asked his blade as Zangetsu materialized again and the small pink-haired Yachiru came down. Yeah, Kenny will be fine. She chirped excitedly. He's really tough. Thank you for fighting him Ichi. She said before turning to where her partner went. You better keep your promise, or I'm gonna be really mad. K. Don't worry. Zangetsu said. When we get the time, there'll be a round 2. Yachiru beamed the duo a smile before turning to leave. He'll call you by your real name soon enough. He said before she disappeared. The two looked on before something registered with the strawberry. Wait, is she? He asked his blade. Yes she is. he said before pulling out the sword in his partner's chest. Ah damn it. That hurts. Ichigo cried out, the blade tearing through his body as he dropped to his hands and knees. That was a bad idea. He began healing. Just leave a scar, I need that for our agreement, he said while the blood stopped flowing. After a few seconds passed, he rose up and staggered his way towards the doors of the First Division's barracks. With Chad and Kairaku. So you're certain that the head captain will hear Ichigo out? The giant asked the captain as they made their way to the prisoner cells. Of course, he was interested in your friend for a long time. He can be a reasonable man, he assured Sato before they heard an explosion rock the Siriidii. They turned to see a tower of fire and smoke rise in the distance. What is that? Chad asked, afraid for his friends. That was old man Yama. Grudges of the past. With Yoruchi. She watched in shock as the fire burst out of the First Division barracks. Ichigo went inside and the entire building disappeared for a few minutes. Now an explosion tore most of the building apart as Ichigo fled. She saw the captain commander pointing towards the boy as 10 pink lights appear around him and fire towards the hybrid. Ichigo shot off several bursts of energy at the Kido spell as they converged on him. He missed 3 as the bolts exploded on the speed clone he left behind, but was still consumed in the explosion. No! She mentally screamed, turning back into her human state and leaping into the explosion. It was already weakening when she found him, charred, bloodied, what remained of his clothes in tatters leaving only his hakama pants. He coughed up blood and she doubled her efforts, managing to get him out of harm's way. His pulse is just barely there. She analyzed. Examining what she could. Shattered ribs, internal bleeding, smoke inhalation, the old man did a number on you. I need to work fast. She carried Ichigo off in a flash step, relying on the remains of the smoke and light to cover their escape, heading straight for an old hideout of hers. Genryusai slowly stepped out of the fire just in time to see the two vanish. Foolish boy, he muttered before expelling the tower of flames. At the repentance cell. Here it is, Hanataro said as the trio approached the towering prison cell. The repentance cell. They slowly crossed the bridge, Ganju slowing down step by step. Just beyond that door is that beach soul reaper that killed my bro, Ganju thought as he felt his anger boil. Sis said that he was infected by a hollow and she had to do it. She had to do it. He repeated that mantra in his mind, halfway between rational and irrational thought. He now knows the truth, but he's held this hate for so long. Halt! 2 guards ahead yelled out as they crossed their staffs, denying passage to anyone who came by. Turn back or dash. Shut up already. Renji yelled out, getting ahead of the rest. Look, he has some business to settle with the prisoner, so let him through. He ordered of the guards, who stiffly returned to attention, sweating nervously in fear of their superior. Be but lieutenant. They attempted before the redhead's glare silenced them. Understood, sir. They squeaked before opening up the gate. As the door finally opened, the guard separated to allow Ganju passage into the tower. The moment he saw her, he felt like that small brat on that cold rainy day. The day when she appeared, coated in her victim's blood with blade and corpse in hand. Cold lifeless eyes that haunted his nightmares for weeks. He couldn't move, nothing registered as the shock of finally confronting his brother's killer froze him. Are you one of Ichigo's friends? She asked in surprise. Her voice managing to snap him out of his trance. Wait, that symbol. Rukia murmured, seeing the design on his pants legs. The explosive swirl of dissension. A symbol she knew well, the symbol of her mentor's family. You're a member of the Shiba clan. I haven't forgotten you, Rukia Kachiki. He said coldly. I still remember you dragging my brother's body to my home. You claiming you killed him. She closed her eyes, remembering her old shame. Yes. I killed your brother, Kaien Shiba. She admitted. He hated this girl, hated this Shinigami. He may now know the reason, but that didn't quell the years of resentment he had for her. He ran out to her and grabbed her prisoner's garments. Hanataro and the guards nearly bolted inside to restrain the man, but Renji stopped them. He recognized the look in Ganju's eyes, someone confronting a dark past. "Go ahead. You have every right to take my life," she said, completely resigned, ready to lose her life. That just set off the Shiba man even more. "Why?" he growled out, feeling the barest hint of restraint holding him back from cutting her throat. "Why did you kill my brother?" He decided that her answer would settle this. "They said he was fighting a hollow, but he died by a sword and you claimed to be his killer." "Why?" he demanded again. He saw the look in her eyes. The dead guilt in her, covered by a robotic mask, and completely resigned to her eventual death for her perceived crimes. He wanted haughty, he wanted condescending, he wanted something other than her own guilt over what happened. There was nothing for him to be angry at. "I had to. It was my duty," she said, in the same cold dead tone she used when she first said, "I killed him." "You're pathetic," he said, releasing the petite prisoner. "This is the Soul Reaper that killed my brother," he said, looking at her with disappointment. "This is the protégé he took under his wing. Just a scared girl running from her guilt," he said, shocking Rukia. She was accepting her death sentence. How was this running from her guilt? You don't even have the decency to confront the family of the man you murdered. You just delivered his body and left," he said, a mirthless chuckle escaping him. "My brother was a proud and strong Shinigami. There had to be more than simply, 'I killed him.' But nope, you just said that and left." He turned to leave. "A sad excuse of a Soul Reaper, as a member of my brother's squad, and of the Kuchiki family. Even Byakuya would have had the decency to face the grieving family. But you just wallow in your own guilt." He looked over his shoulder at the shaken girl. "Ichigo's a better Shinigami, and a better person. Why he's trying to save you is beyond me." He left the tower, returning to his companions. "That was a little harsh," Renji said to the thug, feeling a little angry at the way the man treated his friend. "I thought Rukia told the Shibas what happened." Apparently she didn't. They heard the stoic calm tone that could only come from one person. Byakuya Kuchika was standing right in front of them. "My apologies, man of the Shiba clan," he said, one noble to another, even if he was from a disgraced family. "I should have gone with Captain Yukatake when he was paying your family a visit. Had I known she was acting so disgracefully, I would have acted sooner. It's not your cross to bear, Kuchiki," Ganju said, slightly intimidated by the powerful man. It was her as a person. Nevertheless, she was a representative of the clan and has acted shamefully. The noble said as he walked to his condemned sister. "Rukia, you will be executed in 3 days' time with the harshest punishment of Soul Society, the Sokayaku," he announced, causing everyone to freeze. "And Ichigo Kurosaki has been designated as kill on sight," he said, remembering the announcement after the chaos settled at the First Division. "Ichigo Kurosaki has admitted his collaboration with traitors of the Godai 13 who are suspect with the desire to destroy Soul Society," he said, resigned that his sister was now doomed and accepted her fate. He swore to uphold the law, and at that moment he vowed to kill Ichigo himself. Squad 13 Barracks, Yukatake and Kairaku. So Captain Aizen is dead, Kenpachi was defeated, and even Master has acted, the sickly white-haired captain said from his bed. He had recently woken up as the announcement made its rounds to the various captains. He got the report from his old-time friend just as the messenger showed up. The two were currently having more tea, something easier of the ill man. "Yeah, things are really getting hectic around here, Jushiro," Kairaku said, taking a drink of his tea while wishing it was sake. "We managed to capture 3 of the Ryoka now, and that's because they turned themselves in. They also vouched that Ichigo would not kill unless necessary, but witnesses saw that Ichigo went after Aizen with the intent to kill and admitted that he had to do it. And Master gave 3 days till Rukia is executed. Yukite lamented. Shame, she was a good one. I was really hoping Ichigo could save her. He felt his old friend place a hand on his shoulder and something fell into his shihakusho. This has been the way of things for centuries, Yukite. The old man is stubborn and Ichigo turned out to be no different than Jinjo Kugo. Kairaku said, raising from his seat. I'm going to try to appeal for a pardon on the rest of the Ryoka. Maybe we can still save some innocent lives. He said, leaving the captain of the 13th to his thoughts. After a few minutes and a quick scan to make sure he was isolated, he reached for what Kairaku dropped into his clothes. It was a small note, with a very risky plan. This is an insane gamble. He said, steeling himself to do what he believed in. But I'll do it. Squad 6 Barracks. To everyone else, it was a display of immaculate skill and control. Every swing of his blade sung in harmony with his movements, the perfect show of his years of training that was expected of one of his status. To a scarce few, they could tell he was distracted, furious. Barest traces of hesitation, too much force in some attacks, some unnecessary movements to his motions. Renji was basing it off a hunch, from his experience as one of the members of the 11th squad. Being among them gave some good insight of the moods of men. Everything all right, sir? He bravely inquired, prompting Byakuya to nearly impale his lieutenant in the throat. Renji was sweating bullets from his near brush with death by careless idiocy. Renji. The captain responded, as calm as ever. You should be more careful when approaching me during practice. Almost as if he was conversing about the weather instead of nearly dealing a life-threatening injury. Why yeah. Renji stuttered, trying to calm down from the event. I'm just a tad concerned, sir. I've been your lieutenant for over a month and this is the first time I've seen you so agitated. The captain turned to the red-head and analyzed the man. He's always been sure to control his emotions, but apparently Renji saw through some cracks. I'm going to speak plainly with you, Renji. I was hoping that Ichigo Kurosaki would save Rukia. The man said, surprising his second in command. Just like the head captain, I hold the law and peace in high regard. If someone like me ignores it, then no one else will obey it. In my life, I've broken the law twice. When I married my wife, Hisana, and when I adopted her sister into the clan. He admitted to Renji. You're married? The tattooed man asked. Rukia's your sister-in-law? Yes. Byakuya said, as calm as ever with melancholy lacing his tone. I was. She died 5 years into our marriage and begged me to find and protect Rukia. After that I swore to never break the law again. There was a popping and stretching as the cold noble clenched his fist. I am conflicted, Renji. I must sacrifice one vow to keep the other. Ichigo was my last hope for Rukia's salvation. He would come, plead her case, and would spare Rukia her condemnation while taking a reasonable burden. A seal on his powers maybe, but that is now impossible. He said, letting more of his emotions slip out, even if it was just a little more. Rukia and Ichigo Kurosaki have been ordered to die. He raised his blade to look into his own eyes, steeling his resolve. I will kill Ichigo Kurosaki with my own hands for this, Renji. Renji recognized the sense of resolve and determination, feeling it once before with Ichigo himself. That was the pivotal moment for Renji. He needed to do something. He had a gut feeling that Ichigo would still save Rukia, but if he was going to have any part in it then he would need to be stronger. Captain. Renji called out while manifesting his Zanpakuto spirit. I've been training to achieve Bankai. Can you help me, sir? He requested, staying vague about his own intentions. Byakuya looked to his lieutenant and felt a sense of pride in his lieutenant. Very well, Renji. He said as they made their way to a more open training ground. He felt no need to train himself more than necessary. Ichigo killed a peaceful man and fought a brute to a standstill while relying on forbidden powers. He would not survive their fight, not when the captain intends to kill him. What progress could the boy make in such a short time anyway? Training grounds underneath Sokayaku Hill. Yoruchi sat patiently, holding a tube that extended into the steaming spring below. The healing spring that Kisuke created there many years ago to recover after harsh training sessions, where Ichigo now lay submerged and unconscious. After his fights and withstanding the power of the captain commander, Ichigo needed some fast recovery. His own accelerated healing, mixed with the power of the healing waters, patched up all his external injuries while his internal ones took some time. So here Yoruchi sat with that tube in hand so Ichigo could breathe, waiting for a couple hours while her student recovered with a change of clothes, his sword, a bottle of water, and that racier potion Kisuke made by her side. His eyes snapped open and his hands exploded from the water as he forced himself up. He stood upright and ripped his air tube out of his throat, releasing a few dry gasps and coughs as Yoruchi gave him the water. The old man wasn't in a talking mood. She stated sarcastically as Ichigo drank the life-nourishing liquid, wetting his throat. Considering everything that had happened, it was lucky that it lasted as long as it did before Yamamoto tried to kill him. Ah! He exclaimed, finishing his drink. Yeah, that could have gone better. He pulled himself out of the water and began stretching and popping his stiff joints. What happened while I was out? Sato got arrested by Kairaku, Ganju turned himself into Byakuya, Rukia is to be executed in 3 days and your public enemy number 1. She explained. Yuryu and Orihime are still roaming about, but it's a matter of time at this point before they're found and captured. They might put up a fight if the odds are good enough. Then I have 3 days to prepare. Ichigo said, reaching for a sword that wasn't at his side. He finally examined his body. And noticed something he should have realized sooner. Enjoying the show, Yoruchi? Yes, I am. She said, unashamedly. Happy to hear. He said before flash stepping next to his clothes. But the show's over. He reached for his new clothes before Yoruchi ran off with them. Come and get me. Training starts now. She yelled as she fled with his new shihakusho. Ichigo had to spend the next few hours chasing the goddess of flash while naked. With Yuryu and Orihime. They kept at their mission, placing the tags while now making their way towards Sokayaku Hill, where Yoruchi said was a secret training ground that they would all meet up at. They disguised themselves as Soul Reapers as it was easier than constantly hiding from and dodging patrols. There was one close call with a guy attempting to hit on Orihime, before she slapped him silly while stating she had a boyfriend. They managed to ditch the group and continued on their way to the secret training ground. They thought they had a lucky respite when darkness fell, until they were caught. Hey! Who are you? What division do you belong to? A Shinigami with a parted mustache and slicked back hair called out to them. We're with the Dash, Yuryu started, trying to think of an appropriate squad, but without Zanpakuto their options were limited. They were given an overview on squad specialties just in case of a situation like this. The 4th. Orihime called out. Our medical supplies ran out and we got a little lost. She said in her cutest, ditziest way. Could you point us back in the right direction? She asked with a smile as the man drew closer. Why, of course. He said in a sarcastic friendly tone. Just as soon as you tell me what self-respecting medic goes around without their med kit. He said before grabbing onto Orihime's coat. And this symbol is the 12th dash. He was interrupted when Orihime grabbed his wrist and elbow and twisted his arms so fast there was a sickening pop and he flipped onto his side. You can look but no touchy. She sang before kicking him across the face. Just then a group that was waiting made themselves known. Whoa, that was neat. One of the newcoming Shinigami said. Looks like we were unneeded after all. Don't let it bother ya, another one of them said, all these 11th squad guys are JRKS. Us 12th division members need to stick together. They all started conversing rather happily while Yuryu stayed in the back, feeling very suspicious about the whole thing. They show up out of nowhere, don't even ask questions. Subtly, he pulled out one of his silver seal Schneiders and looked into its reflective surface. Seeing a strange man about to push a button. Orihime. Trap. He yelled out, warning Orihime. Santen Keshin. Soten Kishun. She called out near simultaneously, shooting up on a small barrier while trapping the Soul Reapers in her healing shield, just as they were exploding. My, Kuratsuchi mused excitedly while analyzing the ability that saved his worthless subordinates. What an interesting power that girl possesses. The shield soon dissipated as the damage was undone. Well, what happened? One of the guys asked. I can heal any injury. Orihime declared, glaring at the captain just as Ishida stood between them. An ability to create a healing field and controlling barriers. How remarkable. The mad scientist exclaimed in glee. How about becoming a subject of research, girl? He asked Orihime, making offers of drugging and scans while trying to mutilate her as little as possible. That's an offer I never made before. He said, sounding genuine in his lack of morality. Complete lack of empathy and a Halloween fashion statement. Yuryu thought as he recalled one person Urahara warned them about as a complete SDST. There's no way she's going anywhere with you, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Yuryu growled, pointing his manifested bow at him. Oh. A Quincy. He said, mildly surprised. But I've no interest in your kind boy. I've already finished my studies of you. He released a bit of his spiritual pressure when a flash of light went across his face. He turned to see Yuryu there, fingers steaming from a shot. He's definitely fast and seems unaffected by my Ryatsu. Yuryu Ishida, I take it. The only other one among you Ryoka that will fight captains? I am. He said before calling over to the others. Hey, you guys owe her your lives. Get her somewhere safe. He ordered, making the assembled Soul Reapers act and carry Orihime away from the fight. I think not. Mayuri said, shooting his arm like a grappling hooks with it segmenting, showing the metallic cables within. His eyes grew in amazement as an orange light shot off from the girl and blew apart his entire arm to the shoulder before returning to its master. That was new. He noted, looking down at the remains of his limb. Been a while since this happened. He took out a small needle and injected himself with the fluid inside, making a new arm grow out grotesquely from his shoulder. Well, I think it's fair to assume I'll have to fight you first, Quincy. He asked, turning to the glaring Yuryu. I figured. With Orihime. I appreciate you guys trying to get me to safety. She said, dusting herself off. But I'd rather not be taken in by a bunch of forgettable no-rank Soul Reapers. No offense. She apologized to the unconscious heap of men that was her escort. Now where to go from here? How about with me, Orihime and Owe? The healer heard from behind. She turned to see a really tall silver-haired girl with a pair of thin braids, and a lieutenant's badge on her right arm. I'm Aizen Kotetsu, Squad 4 Lieutenant. Confronting demons. With Rukia. Night had fallen in the Soul Society. Now would be a time for rest, to slumber in peace for the duties of the next day. But the realm was still in turmoil, an endless search for the remaining Ryoka and the aftermath of Aizen's death still had the entire Siriidii in turmoil. A good comparison for the storm of emotions in Rukia's heart, the words of Ganju Shiba still ringing in her ears. You're pathetic. Every stinging statement was a tug of a knife in her heart. Just a scared girl running from her guilt. Why did she never tell the Shiba clan? They deserved to know the full story, but she left. Was she scared? Is this why she's so willing to accept the punishment of Soul Society? Was letting herself die really so much more difficult than facing the punishment from the Shiba clan? No, it didn't matter anymore. Her fate was sealed the moment Ichigo attacked the head captain. She failed. Everyone she cared about. There was no saving her now. Ichigo. She muttered, memories of their time together replaying in her head. The way he acted in the face of the overwhelming danger of the hollows, the kindness he showed her during her time in the living world, the offer that Orihime and Tatsuki left open. Would he even have me? She wondered, thinking back to the thoughts she had the first time she imagined being with Ichigo. She dropped to the floor, tears pouring from her face. Please. Just leave me behind. She cried out, feeling despair creep into her heart. Orihime and Aizen. The two stared at each other, trying to put up an intimidating front. One to rescue a friend and escape an unjust punishment while the other is the second in command of the healing squad. Both would rather not fight, but the other is leaving little recourse for that. They soon shifted into their respective fighting stances, one of martial arts and the other for swordplay. Any chance you can let me through? Orihime asked politely with a happy smile, hoping it would work. I don't like fighting too much. Neither do I. Aizen replied. It's why I'm a medic. But I can't let you through. She then asked in a similar manner. Please come with me. They kept smiling before they turned serious and charged at each other. Aizen swung her blade at Orihime, who swiftly ducked under it to deliver a swift palm strike to her side. The tall woman staggered back a little and brought her blade down in another swing, making Orihime jump back but was caught by a rope of light. Bakudo number 4 Hainawa. Aizen chanted, trapping Orihime in her Kido. Surrender please. She asked again. Kuten Zanshuan. Orihime called out, having her attack destroy her bindings. Thanks Tsubaki. She said, bringing out all of her fairies. Let's do this. Her spirit started to fly around rapidly, putting the lieutenant on edge. Erring on the side of caution, she made a forward charge which was deflected by a barrier. You can't break through my barrier, Aizen-san. Orihime said politely, still trying to dissuade the fight. Aizen disappeared in a burst of Shunpa that Orihime was not expecting. She turned just in time to see her opponent inside her guard, so she did something risky. With one hand she caught the hilt of the sword and the blade with the other, wincing as the metal cut into her hand. The shocked Aizen, who was pulled off balance and elbowed in her chest and forced back with a kick. Then Orihime took the time to realize how bad she hurt herself. Wah! My hand! She cried, in chibi mode with tears gushing out of her eyes. Ah! Don't worry. Aizen called out. I am a medic. She said, taking Orihime's hand into her own while applying a healing Kido. Repairing any major nerve damage, cuts to the bones. She muttered as she let the healer in her take the dominate role. There, just need a few stitches, and I'd advise against catching swords like that ever again. Don't worry. Orihime chirped, the pain already gone. I've got this. Soten Kiss-hun. She called out her healing shield and repaired the rest of her damaged hand. I could have fixed it myself, but thanks anyway. She said, happily showing off her fixed hand. Aizen could only stare in shock at the display of healing. That was amazing. Then she started gushing over it, grabbing Orihime's hand and examining it all over. No scarring, completely healed, and so smooth. She said, feeling out Orihime's hand. So soft, so gentle. You're a natural healer. Whatever you did made it like your hand was never cut at all. Thanks. Orihime said as they giggled for a few seconds. I feel like we're forgetting something. There was a pause before they remembered they were supposed to be fighting. After a quick shout of realization, they jumped back and returned to their respective fighting stances. Your power is impressive. Aizen said. Time for me to reveal mine. Run Itegumo. She called out, making her sword create two smaller blades from the base at a 45-degree angle. With her new blade, Aizen charged at Orihime again by disappearing in a burst of Shunpa, relying on speed to throw of the barrier maiden. Santen Keshin. She called out, acting her barrier to her back and having Tsubaki attack the lieutenant. The small fairy circled the tall medic, looking for a chance to attack or to create an opening for Orihime. Either way was fine with him. He took a chance and charged through her guard, passing between two of the blades while Orihime did the same. Tsubaki at her stomach and Orihime punching her chest. Aizen staggered and coughed painfully as the air was forced from her body. "Sorry about this, but I need to find Ichigo," Orihime said, raising her hand. "Tsubaki, couldn't Zanshuan." She called out, noticing her arm was bleeding again. She then realized that Tsubaki was moving very sluggish all of a sudden. "That's my Zanpakuto, Itegimo's ability," Aizen said, catching her breath. "Anything caught in the field of my three blades becomes numb. You won't know if your life is in danger after a touch or cut of my blade." She spoke in a serious tone. "It's really useful if you run out of anesthesia for field surgery. Plus it can reduce fevers and swelling with its cold aura," she said happily and proud. "Wow! That sounds really useful," Orihime said, genuinely impressed while she healed herself and Tsubaki. She saw the lieutenant tearing up before hugging her. "Thank you so much," Aizen cried out. "I'm a poor fighter, so I rely on being faster than my opponent, but I just don't have any skill for it. I'm one of the weaker lieutenants. All I can really do is heal people." Orihime felt sympathy for the silver-haired girl and returned her hug. There. Orihime cooed, gently rocking the girl back and forth. "I really don't like fighting either, and Tsubaki is my only real attack power," she said, before remembering something she was working on. "Though there is this one move I've been experimenting with. You can tell everyone you pushed me to a last resort," she offered the lieutenant. "Really?" Aizen asked, feeling hopeful that she'd get a more positive image with her colleagues. "Yep. Watch." Orihime let go of the girl and stepped back. She took a few breaths to center her focus and create the barrier she wanted. "Shirten Koshuan," she recited, making 4 of the sprites reconfigure into her normal shield, with Tsubaki in the center. "My shield that reflects all attacks back to my opponent." She reached out her hand to grab something as the sprites began to shift in their places. The 3 points converged on each other while the top 2 tilted upwards to form a rough hilt while the center point extended to form a large blade shape. "Kenten Koshun. My twin strike blade." She wrapped her hand around the hilt portion and swung her blade a few times to get used to it. "It's a work in progress." She chirped and swung at Aizen, who managed to block, and then both were shot back by the unexpected recoil. "Definitely needs more work," Orihime groaned. "Yeah." Aizen agreed as they got up for the next bout when a voice stopped them. "Stop." It was stern but motherly. They looked behind them to see a serene and beautiful woman in a captain's haori with a long braid in front of her walking towards them. "Captain Unohana," Aizen whispered out as the 2 fighters dropped their stances. "Guess this is it for our fight," Orihime said, just before Unohana started to correct their stances for their respective fighting styles. "Much better," Unohana said with a smile. "Now continue," she said, surprising them. When they looked at her with the unasked question, she responded. "You 2 started this fight, you finish it. I'll step in if it starts to get dangerous," she said while other members of her squad went about gathering the people Orihime knocked unconscious. "Just think of this as an impromptu swordsmanship lesson in Oe-san. You can pay us back by helping at my division's barracks, so go ahead with your fight." "But Unohana-san Orihime started. "Go ahead with your fight," the captain interrupted, more sternly, making the 2 fighters cuddle with each other with fearful eyes, nodding as they trembled in front of the frightening captain. "Yuryu versus Mayuri. All right. Need to focus." Yuryu analyzed his situation. 1 captain and a lieutenant, one was obviously strong but there was nothing from the lieutenant at all. Start out slow, get a feel for his abilities, he thought, already firing several shots from multiple directions. Mayuri managed to dodge each one and join him on top of a wall while examining the damage. Very impressive, he said to the focused archer. That was Ikkaku, wasn't it? Impressive that a youth like you has mastered it to such a level. Flattered. But I always felt kind of slow in comparison to my cousin. Yuryu said, staying cryptic about his and Ichigo's relation. But I was always the better shot. He disappeared again, firing from a distance and surprising the Quincy expert with the speed and power of the arrow. Licked Regan. Mayuri heard from above, before Yuryu unleashed a barrage of arrows down on him. He landed and waited, sure that the captain managed to evade. Gathering Racier at the shoulder for a great number of arrows fired in rapid succession. Mayuri said, looking closely at Yuryu's left arm. Such fine condition too. A perfect specimen of the Quincy. He sneered at the archer. You've almost sparked my interest in your kind again. Yuryu responded by quickly dissolving his bow and striking Mayuri twice. First with an elbow to his face and a palm strike to the center of his chest, pushing him back quite a bit. Those attacks are a lot stronger than his muscle structure would suggest. Mayuri thought, reeling back in pain. As interesting as your displays are, I would rather find that girl and begin researching her instead. Claw out. Ashisoji Jaizu. He called while unsheathing his blade, making it turn into strange trident sword with a creepy golden baby face praying at the guard. Try not to die, I might want to dissect you later. Mayuri said, suddenly charging at him with the lieutenant suddenly running into the archer, letting the mad scientist slash them both. DMN it. I let my guard down. He berated himself as they fell, wincing from the pain of the blade cutting through his flesh. How can he do this to his own subordinates? He wondered, remembering the grunts from earlier that almost died before Orihime saved them. Why did she do this willingly? The lieutenant staggered before Mayuri punched her. Didn't I say to not let go even if your arm was cut off? He growled in fury. No matter, you served your purpose. He's beaten now. Yuryu glared at the mad scientist and tried to move his finger, only to find a complete lack of mobility in all of his limbs. Tranquilizers? Is that the effect of his Zanpakuto? Yuryu tried to figure out what was happening. Maybe not. I can still feel the ground, so it might just be that my motor functions are disabled. Good thing I have just the counter. They heard the girl coughing and struggling to breath. You must have some iron will though. Mayuri said. That's a pretty substantial cut, but you haven't cried out once. Not the first time you've been wounded by a blade. Yuryu briefly flashed back to how his blood vein was trained. Yeah, I've been cut plenty of times. Yuryu spoke in defiance. Training is not meant to be gentle. Interesting. He said as he raised his blade and Yuryu prepared himself, until Mayuri got fed up. Be quiet Nimue. Forgive me, Master Mayuri. She gasped helplessly. Please give me some of the medicine. My lung seems to be damaged. She said, freezing the captain in a sense of indignant rage. He stomped over to deliver his vengeful fury when Yuryu chipped in. That might not be completely unreasonable. That was a deep cut. Mayuri shifted his glare back to the downed Quincy. Aspiring doctor. Yuryu said, explaining his concern. Do you think me an idiot? The captain roared, grabbing his lieutenant by her shihakusho and slamming her against the wall. Do you think a body I created will fail from this level of injury? He demanded, surprising Yuryu. Wait, you made her? He asked, drawing upon what limited knowledge of Shinigami technology he had. Mixing Jigai and Jiken. Correct. Mayuri said, surprised by the Quincy's quick deduction. Mixing these techniques, I created this girl. My daughter, Nimue Kuratsuchi. He threw her to the ground. And I shall treat her however I please. The hell you will. Yuryu growled, getting ready to attack the moment the captain drops his guard. Is this the pride of the Quincy crap your kind prattles on about? The captain asked, annoyed. It's the same every time. During all my experiments and studying of the Quincy. By the honor of the Quincy I won't do this, by the pride of the Quincy I won't allow that. It was so annoying until I finally killed those worthless subjects. Yuryu was frozen, wondering how many of his kind suffered, or how many innocent lives this monster must have tortured. Getting viable specimens was always such a pain. Bribing the soul reapers that were watching the remaining Quincy to let them die, then recover the soul forms for experimentation. He dug out a small picture and tossed it to Yuryu. The last worthless test subject I had. Kept screaming the names of his students or grandchildren. Everything else was mute to Yuryu in that moment. On that picture, was his grandfather's mutilated body. The man before him was the one responsible for his grandfather's death. He glanced at the Sanrei glove, thoughts of murdering this man being the sole thoughts in his head. He wanted to rip off the glove, gain the unparalleled power of the Let's Still and reduce this man to ash. His nearly ripped it off when something deep in his mind rang out. Why do you fight Yuryu? He heard his father's words echoing in his mind and he froze. Ichigo is trying to become stronger to face a terrible monster. One that will destroy everything. That is his reason to get stronger. What is yours? The words continued to ring, making him hesitate. That's right. He recalled. I'm doing this to help Ichigo. I promised not to do anything foolish. The fog of rage and hate was slowly clearing, letting him think rationally again. You're still looking out for me, even when you're not here. He smiled, devising a plan on crushing the man. He laughed. This is the results of your research. He said through his chuckles. Urahara could have made twice the discoveries with a fourth of the damage. He began laughing hysterically, fueled by Mayuri's rage-contorted face, knowing the history of the two. You're more of a butcher than a scientist. He said, watching the madman get closer. Because a real scientist would be ready for anything regarding his field of expertise. He growled before flashing in front of the captain and grabbing him by the throat, slamming him into a wall. What the, how? Mayuri questioned as the Quincy defied his Zanpakuto's ability. He then noticed the thousands of spirit threads wrapping around them both and the boy's glowing, bulging veins. Ransatengai. And he's channeling Ryatsu through his veins to increase his strength? He analyzed while pinned to the wall, marveling at the reveal of information he could study in spite of the danger he was in. Pride of the Quincy. Don't make me laugh. Yuryu growled, using his mastery of the rare Quincy skill to immobilize his enemy. I don't give a DMN about that pride and honor. What good was any of it if it nearly made an entire race go extinct? I only fight for what I believe in. He then brought out one of the seal Schneiders on his waist and stabbed the man through the gut. Make no mistake, I want to kill you. He stared into Mayuri's eyes with cold hate. You murdered my grandfather, all because of some failing research instead of proving something by making the Quincy a viable ally to the Soul Reapers like we once offered. He brought up his black Quincy cross. Urahara made this. It lets me create bows and arrows that can purify hollows like a Shinigami's Zapakuto, something you never thought to try. He created a small hand-sized bow and shot off the captain's leg. The air was filled with the SDSD's screams of pain. I could pick any number of methods to kill you, but that wouldn't do anyone any good. He took hold of Ashisoji Jizo and impaled Mayuri with his own blade. I can feel another captain nearby. You can beg them for help. He said before Mayuri began to melt. How shameful indeed. The disembodied voice of Mayuri spoke out. To think I disregarded the possibility of the Quincy evolving. Though you've insulted me so much, I can't help but want to relish in studying your corpse when the other captains kill you. Yuryu glared at the retreating slime. You'll be lucky if you face me again in battle Kuratsuchi. But pray my cousin never finds you or what you did. Yuryu warned. Ichigo is far stronger than I am. Ichigo Kurosaki. Mayuri spoke in surprise. He's supposed to be descended from Soul Reapers. He is, on his father's side. The only sound left was the demented and elated laughter of the deranged man, relishing what experiments were already coming to mind. Freaking nut job. Yuryu grunted out before collapsing, being caught in someone's arms. That is interesting to hear, Ishida-san. Unohana said, gently lowering the boy to the ground. But more so impressive that you didn't kill him when you had the chance. She said, already beginning treatment on the downed Quincy. Why is that? It wouldn't have done any good. He said, seeing no point in lying to the woman that was healing him. He didn't have it in him to fight anyone at the moment. It wouldn't bring back my grandfather or the Quincy that died. And it would have made life that much more difficult for Ichigo and his mission. And that mission is? She asked cautiously, but Yuryu already fell asleep. She smiled gently at the young archer. Lieutenant Kuratsuchi, would you help? She asked the artificial Shinigami, whom she already healed. Yes, Captain. She said simply, grateful to the Quincy for some reason. The last night of peace. Squad 4 Barracks. The entirety of the Siriidii was still in a state of panic and searches. The strongest of the Shinigami seemed to be failing against the Ryoka, and the most dangerous of them was still at large, putting most of the White City denizens in a state of frenzied confusion. The intruders that were captured were monitored closely and put to work with restraints on their powers. The able-bodied were brought to the Hospital of Soul Society under the watchful eye of one of the head captain's most loyal and trusted allies, Retsu Unohana. Please put those over there, Ganji-san. The serene captain requested of the thug, helping carry and deliver bandages and medical supplies. Before his capture, Chad's Aswalt put a good number of Soul Reapers into the medical barracks, which were almost full with the members of Squad Sato-san. These need to be in the ore. Ganju and Chad were designated to carrying and delivering supplies throughout the building. Yes, Inoue-san. That looks good. Unohana took it upon herself to teach basic medic skills to Orihime, who was changing and wrapping bandages under Unohana's watchful eye. Your power is wonderful, but very reliant on your mood. Use the basic skills for now. She advised the girl. Chad. What did you do to this guy? Asked Yuryu, who was serving as one of the main doctor staff, currently treating the broken third seat of the 8th. He was in the way, so I pushed him. Sato said simply, carrying another patient to a different room. Through 5 walls. The Quincy clarified, already resetting the broken bones. I push hard. He replied, carrying an irate Squad 11 guy back to his room. As lively as it's ever been. The captain said with a smile, grateful for the extra hands helping out. Come along, Inoue, I believe the next patient is a friend of yours. They wandered to the next room where Tatsuki was, wearing the battle dress of the Onmitsukido that Soi Fon gave her, with her arms in splints, and Soi Fon, who was looking oddly distracted. Hey Orihime. Tatsuki beamed to her friend as the two entered the room. Tatsuki. Orihime cheered as she hugged her friend, careful to avoid the fractured limbs. What happened? Internal bleeding, concussion, almost 100 broken bones, and... Is that a wedgie? They heard from the next room. What the hell happened to Lieutenant Omida? The healing duo turned their attention on the fiery martial artist. He was peeking on me changing. She said with a shrug, making the girls nod in understanding. Unohana then made to depart. Well, I have some business to take care of. She told the ladies. Captain Soi Fon, you seem distracted. Would you like to take a walk through my division's garden? She offered, a sense of worry for the younger captain. And no, I'm fine. Soi Fon defended. Besides, someone needs to watch the prisoners. We'll take care of that, Captain. They all turned to see Yumachika, Ikkaku, and a bandaged Zaraki coming in. Unohana smiled at the noticeable lack of his usual bells in favor of an unruly mess down the back. You go out and enjoy the beautiful flowers. The stealth force commander hesitated before finally taking the advice. Yumachika, go to that one playing doctor. Ikkaku, help the other two with the supplies. Zaraki ordered. I'll stay here with the girls. The two men scrambled to follow their orders when another pair of Zaraki's subordinates came to plead with their captain to let them out. You are both still injured. You need your rest. Orihime told the two, worried about their health. Listen here, Missy. They started. Please go back to your rooms. Orihime pleaded using teary puppy eyes on the two, making them blush and leave, commenting that they did still hurt a little. Wonder how devastated they'll be when they find out you have a boyfriend. Tatsuki muttered, making Orihime giggle. I'll keep an eye on them, you go about your duties. Zaraki told the healer, noting for the first time that the scar she gave him didn't even burn anymore. The woman glared at the brat twice her size, feeling her own scar ache though not as much, before leaving to perform her duties. With Hinamori, hours later. She was told that she could be discharged, that she was physically fine. The damage was minimal and they let her have an extended stay because of the trauma of watching her captain killed right in front of her. She admired him, such a gentle, caring man, showing compassion for all of his subordinates, protected them at their most vulnerable, and her hero. All the effort she put into rising in the ranks, to prove herself capable, worthy, and then he made her his lieutenant. She was filled with joy, loving the man like a father, worshipping him as a god. Then that Ryoka showed up, supposed to help save Rukia from an unjust execution, offered help from her saintly captain, only for him to reveal himself as a monster and kill that wondrous man that saved her. And she was unable to stop him. She had nothing but hate for that Dmed Ryoka that killed her beloved Aizen, that Ichigo Kurosaki. The second she woke up, realizing she wasn't having a terrible nightmare, she swore that she would kill him, no matter the cost. With that solitary thought, she dressed herself and took hold of her blade. Just where do you think you're going? She turned to see her childhood friend and captain of the 10th Division. It better be back to your squad. I have to find him, Toshiro. She said, seeing no point in lying to her oldest friend. I have to avenge Captain Aizen. Anyone could see the determination in her eyes, and Toshiro knew that it was a foolish endeavor. Ichigo Kurosaki is not your concern, Momo. He said bluntly. He's a captain's priority only. Stay out of it. Toshiro, he killed Captain Aizen. She screamed at him, trying to make him see her point, to let her attempt this suicide mission. Who then bested 4 lieutenants with little effort, put myself and Ikkimaru on the defensive, defeated Kenpachi Zaraki, and survived the captain commander himself. He said, reinforcing just how much of a threat the one Ryoka was. You're lucky to be alive right now. If you face him again, you will die. I know that. She yelled out. I know I don't stand a chance against him, but I have to do this. He killed my captain Toshiro, I have to avenge him. She pleaded with her oldest friend. If you really are my friend, you'd understand. I do understand, Momo. He said, stern but gentle. Make no mistake, I want to avenge Aizen as well, but you are incapable of doing so. Which is why I'm not asking you as a friend. I'm ordering you as a captain. She looked at him, shocked that he was denying her new life goal. Stand down, return to your division, restore order, and wait for further instructions. He began to leave just as she was about to protest. Your squad lost their leader. He froze her with a single statement, reminding her that the loss was not just affecting her. Don't take away the only one they have now. I'll kill Ichigo. He left her there, just as she collapsed into tears. He was walking through the halls of the 4th Division, his goal clear in his head when he came upon Anohana's office and asking her to keep an eye on Momo when he heard something shocking. What do you mean, Anohana-san? He looked inside to see Yuryu and Orihime speaking with Unohana over Aizen's corpse. There is no body there. I thought as much. Unohana conceded, looking disappointed. We've been lied to. With Ichigo and Yoruchi hidden away from the eyes of Soul Society, underneath their very noses in a place known only to a few, Ichigo trained in the hidden training hall his masters used in their youth. For the added measure of security, he created a Kido barrier that was taught to him for training in secrecy, maintained now by Yoruchi because he needed to devote his full attention to his training. Yoruchi continued to watch the empty glowing space before her, the area Ichigo was training inside, knowing that what he was going through now was beyond most Soul Reapers. As she has come to expect out of the hybrid. For them this would be training for Bankai. She thought, gazing into the glowing nothingness as she held on to the charm that let her power the Kido spell. For you, this is merely enhancing your abilities. When his spirits manifested, they explained that keeping them manifested was extremely draining for anyone, but fighting a constantly stronger opponent that was familiar with all your skills was a whole other monster. That was Ichigo's training. She dropped the barrier's strength to the degree that she was able to see inside. Ichigo was clashing against both the old man and the hollow, each one holding a variant of Ichigo's current Shirkai blade while he tried to fend off both attackers almost simultaneously. He utilized everything he could, Kido spells, Siros and Balas, Quincy attacks, all while switching out new blades with every sword break. Never once missing a step even with the damage he was taking. His body was a canvas, their blades were the brushes, and his blood was the paint. In light of all of this, she knew she was going to run out of Ryatsu before he was at his limit. He impressed her, terrified her, more of a monster than anything she's ever seen or heard. All for the power to protect. Hours later, her energy ran out and the barrier fell. "You okay, Yoruchi?" he asked, despite the horrific condition his body was in. "Yeah, just need to rest." She panted as he helped her up after regrowing the arm he lost. "You sure this'll work?" she asked her student. "It has to," Ichigo said. "He'll have no other options than to act hastily. Yamamoto will kill you if this fails," she reminded him. "Yeah, I know." Ichigo dismissed, already heading for the healing spring. "He's agitated," she thought, watching him walk away. "He knows what's at stake and he's prepared for it." A great battle was coming for them all. One that was spitting in the face of centuries of law and practice for the Shinigami, to prepare for a terrible war. And I know just the way to calm his nerves. Mine as well. She adopted a mischievous smirk. With Byakuya. It was the last night, Rukia's execution was tomorrow. He failed the woman he loved, lost her to illness, lost his parents, all he has left is his duty as a captain and his revenge. An empty existence, a living hell. Win or lose, after tomorrow, he would leave this life for whatever lay beyond. "Soon his Anna, I'll be with you soon." He prayed in front of the shrine dedicated to beloved. "It may be foolish, but I wish something will happen to save Rukia." "Anything." A rare tear forming on his eye. With Yamamoto. He stood there, with his longest-serving and most loyal members of his squad, hearing the report from the healer. "The words of the Ryoka cannot be trusted, Retsu," he said to his assembled advisors. "But even then this is most concerning. When Ichigo attacks tomorrow, go to the Central 46 in the midst of the confusion. Find out personally what is happening there." The healer bowed in acknowledgement before he turned to his disciples. "Are the preparations ready?" "Yes, sensei." Yukitake confirmed, unusually focused on the trial ahead. "Never thought that this would ever happen." Shunsui admitted. "Things are getting really hectic. After today, nothing will be the same." Yamamoto said, completely aware of the boys spying on them. Beginnings of revolution. Squad 4. Today was the day of the execution, Rukia's and Ichigo's execution. Rukia the prisoner, and Ichigo, the fool that will try to rescue her. The various captains made their way to Execution Hill where the Sokayaku stood. Unohana and her lieutenant were walking through the medic barracks, making last checks before heading to the hill themselves. I'm really sorry about this Inoue-san. She said, feeling bad about the Ryoka's position in her Baroque's prison cell. After they helped with the influx of patients they were all separated. Orihime at her base, Sato at Squad 8's, Yuryu and Ganju were at Squad 13's, and Tatsuki was back at the 2nd. Each under lock and key, separated from each other to prevent any more problems. You're a nice girl. I'll see what we can do about your chances of freedom. She said, hoping to cheer the girl up. It's all right, Anohana-san. Orihime said with a smile. I'm okay. She said that, but anyone could tell she was worried. It hurt the female captain, but she had a job to perform. They left the barrier maiden behind as they made for the execution stand. She was not shocked to find Kenpachi Zaraki and his lieutenant waiting by the front gate. Captain Zaraki. She greeted. The man made a full recovery and still had his hair in that unruly mess down his back, giving Yachiru a better hand-hold to stay on his back. Shall we go? You swear I'll fight Ichigo again? He asked, demanding clarification. This seems odd coming from you. If all goes as I suspect, you'll get plenty of chances to fight him again. She said as they started for the execution site. Your other officers are patrolling? She asked, not seeing his usual accompanying duo of his squad. Yeah. He grunted. They're making their rounds. Dismissing Ikkaku and Yumachika, simply to gather and escort Ichigo's friends during the confusion of the coming fight. Unohana prayed that their suspicions were wrong. If not, war would be upon them. The first in centuries. In the corner of her eye, she saw Hanataro nod towards her and head back into the barracks. Squad 8. It's not too uncomfortable, is it, Sato? Kairaku asked the large teen. Racier cuffs around his wrists kept him bound to the wall. Yeah, those cuffs will keep you from using your powers. Meaning you can't enhance your strength to break out. Sorry about the lack of hospitality. He said, smirking to the giant. It's all right. I've been in worst. Chad responded, already planning on his escape. That's both good and sad to hear. The captain said, losing his grin. You're such a great guy. He heard his lieutenant call him that they should get going. Well, guess I'm off. Hey, Tatsufusa. Keep an eye on him. He called to his now recovered third-seated officer. Yes, Captain. The man called out and sneered at Chad, a ring of keys dangling from his waist. This is going to be easier than I thought. Chad thought to himself as he remembered the weakling, just barely. Squad 13. Yuryu was spending the better half of the last half hour banging his head against the wall as Ganju and the third-seat duo of the squad was fanning over the previous and deceased Lieutenant Kaien Shiba. He sounded a lot like Ichigo, but the endless praise and arguing about who was better in the former lieutenant's eyes was starting to grate on his last remaining nerves. Let's go. They heard the tired call of the sickly captain as he came out with a large wooden shield with a crest on the face and a cord connected to a pole. Somehow his most fanatical subordinates didn't hear him in their argument with the Shiba man. He released an exhausted sigh watching the trio. Hello, Isaida-kun. He said to the Quincy that was still banging his head against the wall. You have the key I gave you? Yep. Yuryu let out, completely disconnected. Is this what you deal with every day? He asked. Usually just the two of them, but yes. The man admitted. There was a pause to see if it was going to end any time soon. My condolences. The Quincy said. Thank you. Squad 2. Tatsuki was completely immobilized, every joint was locked in place and she was suspended from the ground. The days of her imprisonment gave the punishment squad enough of an idea on what to get to restrain her, and this was a time that they could afford no distractions like her running around causing havoc. They were familiar with the danger she presented. Well, she's not going anyway anytime soon. Omida sneered at the girl that constantly humiliated him. Looks like your special treatment is over. Tatsuki just glared at the man, acting so high and mighty despite his numerous losses to her. He was getting himself ready to leave with his captain when she showed up. "Omida, stay here and watch her," she ordered, a little too quickly from her usual attitude. "Wah! But Captain Dash." He tried to protest. "No. You know as well as I do she's a dangerous target. I'm not taking risks with her," she said, noticeably distracted and agitated. Tatsuki noticed this and smirked. "Still thinking about what I told you?" she said teasingly. "About why she left you behind?" Soi Fon glared at the empowered human, but said nothing as she left. Heading for the execution stand by herself. A prisoner shouldn't be so cheeky. Omida growled at the martial artist. "If she gets hurt in any way, I will see you executed," he warned the girl. "Oh, just watch me." She smirked confidently as she challenged him. "I'll be getting out of here." With Jin. He was walking along the bridge of the repentance cell, seeking Rukia to mess with her a little. What he saw disappointed him. She was already gone. There was no light, no drive, no hope, just emptiness. Probably that scolding from that Shiba man and hearing that Ichigo essentially had a death sentence must have crushed her. She might as well be dead from if her expression was anything to go by. Maybe he could fish for a little something else. "Hello there, Rukia," he said as the prisoner and escort reached him. "Lovely day, isn't it?" He got no response as she stood there lifelessly. "Almost all of your would-be rescuers have been caught. They'll most likely be executed for this transgression, or be put in the maggot's nest if certain captains pull the right strings." Still nothing. "Ichigo will definitely be put to the sword though. Maybe in the same way as you. Together in death, how touching." No response even now. "You're no fun. Not even the littlest bit of faith in your rumored lover," he said before walking off. But then again, there might be truth in his claim that this is all a setup, he said, finally getting a shift in movement from her. "But the backing of traitors is meaningless," he finished before leaving. He had to meet up with Aizen, and he was aware that he was being followed. "Do try to live, Kira," he thought to his lieutenant before flash stepping away. Sokayaku Hill. Yamamoto stood there, overlooking the members of the Gotei 13 that came in attendance to the execution stand. Lieutenant Izuru was there in lieu of his captains, who was missing. Kuratsuchi was still recovering. Soi Fon had her lieutenant stay behind and guard Tatsuki. Yukitake was on his way, and Hitsugaya was heading for the building of the Central 46 with his lieutenant with Hinamori apparently following them. He thought back to the promise that Ichigo boy made him. "For your sake, you better be right, boy," he thought, a curious gaze scanning the other captains and lieutenants. Zaraki was keeping an eye on the blind Tosen while Abarai seemed conflicted. Rukia was brought up to the execution stand. "Time to begin. Let us commence the ceremony," he announced when Rukia was in place. "Rukia Kuchiki. Any last words?" he asked the girl, almost expecting nothing from the depressed soul. Please," she finally whispered out. "Please be as merciful as you can to them." She barely managed to whisper as tears began to form in her eyes. A sight that he had become hardened to, not by choice but by duty. There was no happy ending for her in sight, she had lost all hope. "I will be as merciful as I can with them," he told her. "You have my word." She merely let her head hang there. "Release the Sokayaku." He watched the seal come apart as she rose into the air. All this happening now, and the only thing he could think of was Ichigo Kurosaki, swearing his life to Soul Society if his accusations proved false. Flashback, 1st Division Barracks. The battle with Kenpachi Zaraki ended and he waited for the hybrid to finally come to him. He heard a rustling in the room before his office and muffled speech from his long-time lieutenant. Suddenly he heard an incantation and the orange glow of a Kido barrier enveloped the building. The doors before him flew apart and revealed the battered and bloodied form of Ichigo Kurosaki, a state many would be lucky to find themselves in after a fight with the one called Kenpachi. Hachijio Sogai. Ichigo said, panting in exhaustion from pushing himself. Time and space displacement barrier. No one outside this Kido can see or hear us. He explained, slowly walking toward the captain as he rose from his seat. You storm into the afterlife, fight through an army of Shinigami, and seal us in an isolated space, just to come and speak with me. He said to the upstart child as he drank some glowing blue liquid and began to recover from his injuries. I will give you one chance to convince me to not strike you down. The sealed king of the Quincy. Over 900 years, he shall recover his heartbeat. Over 90 years, he shall recover his intellect. Over 9 years, he shall recover his power. And over 9 days, he shall recover the world. Ichigo told him, making the old man open his eyes. It's no myth, and war is coming to your doorstep. The old captain stayed silent as he regarded the boy, looking for any trace of lies and misdirection. But there was none to be found. You have my full attention, Ichigo Kurosaki. The boy nodded and closed the distance between the two before kneeling down and offering his blade. The old man took it as a sign of SBMSN and allegiance. As he took the sword from the boy, Ichigo began his tale. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, son of the Soul Reaper Isshin Shiba and Quincy Masaki Kurosaki. 6 years ago, Yawatch performed his holy selection and drained my mother of her power. On that day, my own powers have awakened and I swore vengeance against the Quincy king. He told the old man. I have come to warn you of the coming fight. And to offer what help I can. And your evidence, boy? The commander asked, hoping there was no evidence of that monster's return. His heart sank as Ichigo's Ryatsu flared and coalesced into the form of his ancient enemy as he appeared 1,000 years ago. This is most concerning. He said, years of battle and experience keeping him upright. They are not the immediate concern though, sir. Ichigo said, raising his head. Aizen plans to betray Soul Society. He looked back at the hybrid and waited for his explanation. Over 100 years ago, there were experiments on holification that affected then captains, Shinji Hirako, Kensei Mugiroma, Rose Odoribashi, and Love Kawa, as well as lieutenants Hiyori Saragaki, Mashiro Kuna, Lisa Yadamaru, and Hachijin Ashoda. The blame for these experiments were placed on Kisuke Urahara and Tessai Tsukabashi. This was a lie as Urahara was framed. Aizen performed those experiments with the aid of Jin Ikkimaru and Kaname Tosen, as named by Shinji Hirako and the other former captains. So they are alive. Genryusai mused, processing the new information. What are their current states? If these fallen Soul Reapers were a threat then they needed to be eliminated, but why is Ichigo just giving this information away? Aside from hollow powers, back to normal and stronger than the last time you saw them. Ichigo said. Their main interest is in destroying Aizen, but the news about Yawatch is forcing their hand. What proof do you have that condemns 3 of my captains? He asked, almost believing the boy. Did you not kill Aizen already? I did not. Ichigo admitted. He managed to escape me at the last second, and he was holding back. As for evidence, I have none but a suspicion of what Aizen is after. Urahara created an object called the Hogyoku which should break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow. When he fled a century ago, he took it with him with attempts to destroy or seal it. I suspect that the Hogyoku is currently hidden inside of Rukia's body. Is there anything here that could extract it? Extract, no. The old man grumbled. Leave behind, yes. The Sokayaku, the harshest punishment of Soul Society. With its great power, it would burn away a soul, but not anything foreign. Especially if this Hogyoku is as indestructible as you say. It's also what Rukia has been sentenced to die by. By whose orders? Ichigo asked, rising from his bow. The Central 46. Yamamoto admitted, Some actions the past few days started to make sense to the grizzled old man. But how would Aizen be able to fake his death and control the governing body of Soul Society? His Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. Ichigo claimed. Shinji told me that Aizen explained his ability of complete hypnosis. Anyone that sees his Shirkai is under his illusion. Here's what I propose. Go along with Aizen's plan, but destroy the Sokayaku. He might have a plan B that will make him move personally. I'll fight at the hill, while you have someone head to the Central 46 and double-check whether or not Aizen is there. A rather loose but still sensible plan. And if you are wrong? The commander asked. The boy gave him that same look of unshakable determination. Then you can have my life. He said fearlessly. The boy actually impressed the ancient captain. He saw a power and will that hasn't been present for centuries. He decided to give this boy a chance. Right or wrong, this boy was needed in the future. He could feel that he would be an invaluable ally if he was allowed to grow in power. Very well. But if this ruse is going to work, then I'm going to have to smack you around. He told Ichigo, flaring his own power. Ichigo unconsciously took a step back before standing his ground. Don't worry about me, Yamaji. I'm not a weakling. He said, taking back his blade. You may regret that. He said, revealing his blade. Reduce all creation to ash. He spoke, echoing with power. Ryujin Jaka. Ichigo immediately regretted his boast as the man slammed a fist into his gut, filling the air with a sickening crunch and launching him out of the barrier, breaking it apart and sending a wave of flames at him. He finished it off by pointing at him and launching the level 91 Heido spell, Senju Koten Taiho. He managed to escape, only because he was saved. Flashback end. So now here they were. Rukia was in front of the Sokayaku, now a blazing phoenix ready to destroy anything in its path. His own students, loved as his sons, now helping him to break the laws and peace he swore to uphold on the words of an outsider, trained by people with no strong ties to Soul Society. The biggest gamble in his 2,000 years of life, 1,000 years as Captain Commander, with the only payment being a boy's life should it fail in the end. But based on Unohana's report of the Ryoka not seeing Aizen's corpse in the morgue and her own admission of feeling something was not right about it almost guaranteed the hybrid's claim. The Firebird reared back and moved toward Rukia, only to be stopped by a single figure. Now show me what you can really do, my next disciple. Thought Yamamoto as he made up his mind about what to do with Ichigo's allegiance. Everyone's escapes. Squad 8, Chad. Do you see that Ryoka? The third seat sneered at the giant, taking pride at the payback he could deliver for his earlier humiliation. The Sokayaku has been activated. Your little rescue attempt has failed. Chad moved in recognition of the name. The lieutenant told him to escape when the Sokayaku was released, guess now was the time. Is that so? Sato asked, almost lazily. Guess I'd better get going. He straightened himself up and pulled against the chains, tearing them out of the wall. He didn't break stride as he went towards the prison bars and tearing them out before tossing the door aside. Now give me the keys to my cuffs. He told the now trembling third seat. Squad 13, Yuryu. Yuryu was watching the hill with the massive spear, waiting for the telltale sign they agreed on to move out. Ganju was busy grumbling about him being his brother's favorite, as he had been doing for the last half hour. The moment he saw activity, he vehemently thanked every god he thought existed and spat out the key Yucatake gave him earlier. He swiftly freed himself from the cuffs and manipulated his spirit threads to grasp hold of one of his seal schneiders to cut their way to freedom. Once he was finished with that, he was going to announce their freedom to Ganju, who was still ignorant and grumbling to himself. He released a sigh before holding Ganju's hands and cutting of the cuffs with his chainsaw blade. He still wasn't getting a reaction, so he dragged him out of the cell and punched him in the eye. Really hard. Ah! What the hell, man? He screamed out after falling to the ground. Why did you? Wait, When did we get free? He asked the Quincy. I've been breaking out for the last 5 minutes. Now come on. He ordered the Shiba man. Ichigo's gonna need our help. Squad 4, Orihime. She sat in her cell, humming away a tune while daydreaming about life after they all leave Soul Society. With Rukia finally joining in the group, it could be a lot more fun. She could match Tatsuki's strength and confidence while enjoying the fun and cuter things she was into. Thoughts drifted slowly to what their dates might end up looking like, turning into a fantasy of Ichigo as a cold-cut gangsta with the 3 of them hanging on his body possessively as he walks through his territory, switching over to what would be their nighttime activities. She was trapped in her little fantasies, ignorant of Hanataro standing in the same spot, sweeping with the keys to cuffs and prison doors, hanging loosely on his waistband, or Yumachika coming in. The Sokayaku is already activating, what's keeping you two? He asked, somewhat annoyed that they haven't left yet. I don't know Yumachika, sir. Hanataro whimpering. I've been here for 10 minutes, but she won't move. They turned to look at the barrier maiden, who seemed to be shining with serenity in her daydreams. So beautiful, a maiden in love with dreams and thoughts of love. The 5th seat said in awe of the vision before him. Just take the moment to witness and appreciate such a rare beauty as a maiden, happy and in love. He said, practically singing hymns of praise to Orihime's goddess-like beauty in that moment, soon ruined by her giggling perversely with a grin to match. The 2 men's sweat dropped at the sight. Yumachika felt the need to take a shower. Should I still be watching? The short medic asked tentatively. The flamboyant man simply let out a saddened sigh. Let's just get her out of there. He said, lamenting the loss of such a pure image. Squad 2, Tatsuki. Tatsuki was hanging there, completely restrained with that oversized Ofomita watching her. He was determined to show his worth as the lieutenant of the 2nd Division. Tatsuki had shaken the unbreakable will of his captain and made her distracted and hesitant. He wanted to be there and watch her back, but her orders were final and he would serve them to the letter. He was not letting Arisawa out of his sight. He was even skipping his snack and meal time to perform this one solitary mission. The 2 were glaring at each other the entire time this went on, waiting for the other to crack. Tatsuki then felt what she was waiting for and decided to help with a little distraction. I'm actually surprised that you've stayed there this long. Tatsuki said dryly. But you might want to move. Ha! Your mind games won't work on me, Arisawa. He boasted. There is no way you're getting out of my dash, he said before the ceiling above him caved and Ikkaku dropped down on top of him with a smack of the blunt end of his Hozukimaru. Sending Omida crashing into the wall. He just isn't lucky, is he? Ikkaku quipped before working to free Tatsuki. Seriously, people that PSS off my captain are treated better than this guy. You mind if I slap him around a little bit? She asked as she stretched and rolled her joints, stiff from their captivity. Pretty sure he was staring at my chest. She said, looking down at her chest. Well, it could be a little revealing from the right angle. He said, looking away with a slight blush. Yeah, but I mostly want to punch him some more. She said before heading over to the waking lieutenant. Really unlucky. Ikkaku muttered in sympathy as Tatsuki returned to beating the man. With Toshiro. The execution has started. He said, looking at the shine of fire and light from the execution hill. He was running out of time, he needed to see for himself whether Aizen was a traitor or not. He was suspicious of Jin even after the man tried to save his life, but Aizen couldn't possibly be the traitor. Could he? Come on, Ranjaku. We have to hurry. He said before running toward the legislative building. Completely unaware of his oldest friend following him. Toshiro. What happened to killing Ichigo? She wondered as she shadowed him. The battles begin. Sokayaku Hill. The assembly of captains and lieutenants watched in shock and awe at the upstart Ryoka holding back one of the most powerful weapons of the Shinigami with frightening ease. The oldest among the captains were merely surprised and impressed by the boy that earned their commander's trust. Zaraki felt his grip tighten and his new scar burn with excitement. "This is impossible!" yelled Soi Fon, finding it hard to accept the reality before her. "There you are, Kurosaki." Byakuya thought venomously, ready to fight the boy to the death if needed. "So he is the one that's dared to erase my sin." Unohana reflected in shock at the boy. He might just do it. She glanced at her current successor, who couldn't stop grinning manically and trembling in excitement. "He even makes my blood boil. Just how powerful is he? If you couldn't do this much, I'd be disappointed." Yamamoto thought. "Jushiro should be here soon with the Shihuin shield. How long will you last?" he questioned as the phoenix tried to push off of Ichigo's large blade. The young hybrid responded by twisting around and throwing the massive fire bird off balance. Just as it righted itself, Ichigo coated his fist with enough racier that it looked like a massive fong, and then he punched the Sokayaku with so much force that it flew back a few meters. "That's more like it," he thought approvingly. Form could use a little more work though. With Ichigo. The day of the execution came, time for him to act. Yoruichi gave him a cloak that enabled him to fly and he made his way up the side of the hill, completely undetected in the wake and flames of the Sokayaku. When he saw Rukia held in front of that massive phoenix, he immediately put himself between it and her. He grunted from the effort but didn't budge an inch. He was going to boast about saving her, say something cool or heroic, but the words died in his throat when he saw her. Not the proud and confident soul reaper he partnered with in the living world, but a blank empty shell. It hurt to see her like this, the way he could have been if Zangetsu didn't stop him from giving in to despair. He felt the flame bird move, so he turned and swung his blade to twist the massive creature. He coated his fist in his ryatsu and threw a punch, right in the creature's beak. "Getsuga!" he called out, his punch turning into a black fong and sending the creature back. He turned back to Rukia and pulled her free of the execution, destroying her restraints, to stand on top of it. "Hey Rukia!" he said, hoping to get a response. It seemed to register with her as she slowly responded. "Ichigo," she muttered, apparently not altogether just yet. How to get her back? He wondered, completely unconcerned with the rising phoenix, or the various captains that wanted to kill him. "I got it. Your chappy drawings SCKS. He told her, and was suddenly slapped really hard as a result. "How dare you!" she yelled at him indignantly. "Orihime thinks my drawings are adorable, you uncultured cur." After she finished yelling, she realized a few things. Ichigo was in front of her, they were on top of the execution platform, they were surrounded by captains and lieutenants, and she wasn't dead. Yet. "Ichigo. Glad to see you too, Ruki dash," she punched him in the stomach, managing to knock the wind out of him with the surprise punch. "Why did you even come?" she yelled. "You can't fight up against the entire Godii 13 and expect to dash." She stopped when Ichigo grabbed onto the back of her neck. "Shut up," he said before capturing her lips in a deep kiss. Her eyes were open in surprise, then bugged out in shock as he quickly dominated her mouth and making her melt in his arms. "With Yoruichi." "Nice," she said from her vantage point, ready to start her long-awaited match with her favorite little bee. "But 15 hits on a 10-second kiss? You can do better than that, Ichigo." "With Kairaku." "Well, that's one way to keep someone quiet," thought Kairaku as he watched the display, his lieutenant blushing next to him. "I take it I'm late." He turned to see his oldest friend finally arrive with the shield, but the Sokayaku was not attacking again. Yet. "So that's Ichigo," he said, finally seeing the leader of the Ryoka in the flesh. "I dare say Rukia is finally fulfilling a fantasy right now." "Yeah." Kairaku agreed. She could have hidden that crush of hers better. "With Renji." "Amazing," thought the tattooed lieutenant. Even now the gap has only widened between us. In strength and courage. He lamented, never having the courage to admit his own feelings to anyone, even himself. If it makes her happy, then fine. Good luck, Ichigo. You'll need it. He then glanced to his captain, whose eye was twitching in the most subtle way possible. Because I have never seen Captain Kuki this mad before. With Ichigo. That should do it. Ichigo thought as he pulled back, a trail of saliva between him and Rukia, to see her still red face and dazed eyes, and became a ragdoll in his arms. Claims to have lived 10 of my lifetimes. You'd think she was kissed at least once before. The moment was ruined by a loud screech of the Sokayaku, readying itself for the next strike. He straightened himself out and started spinning his Zangetsu's released form by the cloth on the tang, creating a blur of white and black. Bring it. He challenged, gathering his rapier into the blade as he charged his signature blade skill. Getsuga, he let the length of the cloth extend to match the distance between him and the monstrous bird, Tensho. He yelled out, bringing the strike down across the phoenix and tearing a massive gash in its body. At the same time, a cable wrapped around the body of the great blade as Kairaku and Yukitake performed the ritual to destroy the Sokayaku. Oh, come on. Zangetsu cried out. I could have taken that oversized toothpick. This is the plan, deal with it. The Quincy manifestation scolded. If it wasn't for the fact that I can manifest you guys physically, I'd think I was going insane. Ichigo thought as the Sokayaku exploded in a flash of light. Ichigo took the chance of momentary confusion to scope out what allies he had down there. Yamamoto was out as he needed to prove Aizen's guilt first. The two captains weren't an option because they must be who the old man picked and must used for the ruse. Kenpachi was Kenpachi, so hell no. Leaving only one choice, the man that begged Ichigo to save Rukia. The tattooed lieutenant standing right next to the man glaring at him with the intent to kill. Not a problem there. Ichigo. Rukia muttered, having come to consciousness, before Ichigo pulled her into a bridal carry. What are you dash? She tried to ask as Ichigo flash stepped in front of Renji and slammed his foot into Byakuya, sending him flying. Take her and run. Now. Ichigo ordered, passing Rukia off to the tattooed man. Right. He said, still in shock at everything he witnessed. Right. He started running away from the assembly of captains and lieutenants, trusting Ichigo to keep them off their back. All the lieutenants that were not in the know looked at their colleague in shock before Soi Fon gave the order to chase after Renji. However, Lieutenants Izuru, Iba, and Hisagi were more focused on payback for their humiliation as Ichigo stood between them and Renji. They were joined by Aizen and Squad 1's Chojiro Sasakaibe. The lieutenants charged at Ichigo, and just when the giant masked captain of the 7th tried to warn them, Ichigo appeared behind the group of lieutenants, all of whom were sent flying back by swift punches and kicks. So fast. The masked figure gasped in shock, almost unable to keep track of the boy. No wonder he's a captain's only opponent. He growled, ready to take on the boy before he felt a hand grasp his wrist. Don't you dare, Kamimura. Kenpachi growled. This is not your fight. Even through the mask the berserker could feel the larger figure demanding answers in his gaze. Kuchiki's called dibs on this. He said, just as Byakuya reappeared and tried to attack the Ryoka. Anyone that can see this is a personal matter of honor for him. I may love fighting, but even I don't get involved in another man's fight. Not this kind. A brute like you having a sense of honor? Kaname asked, surprised and on guard. Of justice? Hell no. Kuchiki will never shut up if you interfere. That's all. The scarred warrior told them. Now let's go. The lieutenants are down and the traitors escaping. He told them as they all charged toward Renji and Rukia. With Yamamoto, Kairaku, and Yukitake. Well, that's happening. Kairaku commented, watching the three captains charge off. And it's only getting worse. He turned to see Soi Fon attacking the third-seat duo of the 13th that Yukitake brought with him. "Jushiro, we should go," he said, grabbing onto his old friend. "You too," growled the commander, "this act of treason is inexcusable," he yelled, subtlety hinting in an old gesture known only to them to get moving. "I will have to punish you both personally," he roared just as the two finally flash-stepped away, aiming for a safe distance. "So it begins," he thought before heading to where they were jumping to. "With Soi Fon. Treason is unforgivable," she yelled, silently berating herself for that foolish order earlier. Kion was under her foot, having her lungs crushed under the great strength of the petite captain. Before she could continue, she was tackled off of the hill by a masked assailant. "Hey! Who do you think you are?" she demanded. "You were always excitable, but you seem a little distracted," the masked figure teased as she removed her coverings. "Hey there Soi Fon, I missed you," Shed said with a cocky grin. "Wayuruchi," she gasped. All at once, a flood of memories and emotions hit her. The sense of betrayal and hate from when she left, anger that drove her to get as strong as she could, and a sliver of hope that what Tatsuki said was true. All this as they continued their fall into the forest below. With Unohana. She was sitting on the beast form of her Zanpakuto, flying toward her division to drop off most of the defeated lieutenants. Her own lieutenant and Sasuke were the least injured as he was privy to the plan. He still had several fractured ribs, but he and Yamamoto knew enough healing Kido to fix that problem. Now was time for her mission, letting Hitsugaya get into the C-46 chambers first to act as an unknown variable to let Aizen think he's still in control, if he is a traitor. If he was, she would stop him. She passed over where her successor was already distracting Tosen, as evidenced by the big black dome. "Don't kill him yet, Zaraki. Not until we get definitive proof," she thought as she continued their flight in silence. Earlier with Kenpachi. The three were making their way toward Rukia and Renji, Zaraki keeping up with the other two on pure running strength instead of flash step. Tosen slowed himself down to sustain a conversation with the one man he thought would threaten the peace and the last to side with justice. "This was odd of you, Zaraki," he said, getting a curious glance from the one-eyed man. "I always figured you for a brute and the last to care about justice and honor." "Of course I don't care about any of that crap," he said before quickly slamming his fist into Kanami's face and stopping the chase. "I just figured that was the best way to get you out of the way." "Kaname!" Kamamura yelled, watching his friend fly into a building with the force of the strike. "Zaraki!" he roared in anger, unsheathing his blade to strike at the scarred man. Years of fighting and experience allowed him to catch the larger captain's hand and wrist and throw him toward his friend. "I'm actually surprised you two didn't hear anything about it," he said as the two captains prepared to fight as he unsheathed his worn-chipped blade. "Kenny and Ichi are friends now," Yachiru chirped from her place on Kenpachi's back. "Kenny fights alongside Ichi, and Ichi will fight Kenny as much as he wants." "Yeah, basically," he agreed before telling the small girl to wait on the sidelines. "Ichigo wants to save her, I want to fight him again, so I have to protect her. The only way you two are getting past me is if I'm dead." Tosen was the first to stand up. "I always knew you would destroy the peace we worked so hard to maintain," he said, unsheathing his blade to prepare for the coming fight. "As a man of peace and a captain of the Godai 13, your very existence is unforgivable. For the sake of justice, you must die." "Bankai!" he called, placing a hand on the ring on the tsuba of his blade, making it grow and multiple, sending them around the two combatants while Kamamura got out of the attack's range. The rings created a vacuum of darkness that removed almost all of Kenpachi's senses as the Bankai enveloped them both. "Suzumushi Tsuishiki, Enma Kurogi," he said, finalizing the technique. "Welcome to this Mumio Hell Zaraki, where all senses of sight, scent, sound, and racial sense become numb. Are you afraid?" he said as he slashed the man before him. Any warrior, no matter how skilled, will feel fear when deprived of their senses so suddenly. Zaraki tried to move before getting slashed again as Tosin kept moving. It's useless. You are too slow to counter me. Your loss of senses will be the dash, he tried to boast when Zaraki almost struck him. What the, how? He questioned, feeling concern when he was in his element. I don't know if you can hear me, or if I'm even making a sound. Zaraki said, not hearing himself but feeling himself speaking. But you just missed your one chance to kill me. Kaname felt himself grow more and more afraid. You wouldn't understand it, but let me tell you something. What it means to be the Kenpachi. Tosin made another strike, that he managed to keep from becoming fatal and made his counter-attack which missed, but barely. The Kenpachi is one who cannot fall in battle, the greatest warrior of the 13 court guard squads. One that has fought countless battles and earned countless victories. To that end, I have lived for fighting. The one thing that excites me, makes my blood boil. Throughout all those countless fights, I have something you will never understand. Instinct. He said as he dodged and countered again. Instinct that keeps me focused, helps me adapt, even if I can only feel the sharp edge of your blade. He told Tosin, shocking the blind man at the revelation that the demon in human skin was figuring out the one weakness of his Bankai. That one thing is more than enough for me to control this battle. But, as much as this bores me, it suits my needs just fine. He said, dodging the next, sloppy, attack and grabbing hold of Tosin's hand and hilt. I'm supposed to keep you occupied, traitor. What? Kaname froze. His technique failed to let him kill this monster before him. However, the accusation surprised him more. What do you mean? I mean, you are suspected of treason. Ichigo told the old man, who told Unohana, who asked me to keep you occupied. Zaraki explained. She'll go to the central if she finds Aizen alive, you are guilty of treason. The blind man began to shake at the revelation of the ruse coming undone, after more than a century of planning, all because the old man took a chance to trust a Ryoka. I couldn't care less what was going on, but it looks like the claims are true. He said, before kicking the man in the gut and sending him back, returning to those empty senses. Now you have two choices. Dispel your Bankai and use what time you have to try and catch Rukia, just to gamble on the chance that I won't be able to cut off your legs. Or try your luck in here, where your chances of hitting me grow slimmer by the second. There was a pause as Kaname weighed his choices. Or till I get bored, then I'll just break your legs. The realization dawned on him, there was no chance for him to win. Wait, there's still Kamamura. He remembered as he went after Zaraki again. He doubted his friend would abandon him against a foe like Zaraki, so he decided on that gamble. As expected, Zaraki caught him again, slashed him down the middle. Enough to slow him down, not enough to kill him. The Bankai dispelled a second later. I told you. He said, throwing the injured swordsman to the ground. Try to run and I'll cut off your limbs. He roared as he brought his blade down, only to be blocked by the armed guard and helmet of Kamamura. Tosin took the chance to run, losing precious seconds because of his injury. Oh yeah, forgot about you. Zaraki said as the helmet broke apart. I thought you would have gone after the girl. The face revealed underneath was that of a wolf. So that's what was under that mask. You're not afraid? The wolf man asked, unsheathing his blade. The only thing I'm afraid of is never finding a worthy opponent or losing what ones I find. He prepared for the new fight. Your looks are the last things I care about. Of course you would only have such shallow interests. He said, flaring his Ryatsu. Be warned, I'm not as kind as Kaname. I'll meet you in your path of carnage and kill you for your crimes against the peace. I'm just acting on the old man's orders. He said lazily, making the beast man pause. What? He growled, shocked that Yamamoto would give any such orders for Zaraki's actions. Tosin is suspected of treason. He explained, annoyed that he had to do it a second time. Unohana is off trying to verify the evidence against him. I was supposed to keep him busy till then. You're lying. Kamamura roared. Tosen would never betray Soul Society. Bankai. He yelled out, summoning his massive puppet. Kakujo Tengen Myo-o. I will kill you for your accusations. He yelled, refusing to believe that his friend was a traitor as he swung his blade, the giant armored figure copying him. Have it your way. He roared in response, blocking the attack with the area around them cracking under the pressure. With Soi Fon and Yoruchi. They were already fighting, one-on-one. The moment they landed and separated, she immediately ordered the assassination unit of the Onmitsukido to evacuate. She was not interested in taking chances, not interested in letting any moment of pause distract her from her duties. Fact, Yoruchi is considered a criminal and a traitor for abandoning her post. Fact, her mission was to apprehend Yoruchi. Fact, she hated her for leaving her behind all those years ago. Fact, Tatsuki telling her that Yoruchi left her behind for her sake nearly crushed her resolve. No. She denied, focusing on her fight, furiously exchanging punches and kicks to the other. She's a traitor. Not my lady anymore. I must kill her. She thought, managing to send her flying back with a kick. I'm not that weak little girl that looked up to you. She charged, tears starting to form in her eyes as Tatsuki's words echoed in her mind. She ran because of a false charge on her allies. The words reverberated in her head, remembering Kisuke and Tessai. She left you because she didn't want you to become a criminal for her sake. She loved you too much for that. Shut up. She abandoned me. She left me. She raged against the traitorous memories as her movements became sloppy. She wouldn't leave me behind out of concern. She would have told me if there was something going on. She would have trusted me. She thought as Yoruchi continued to block, looking at her old protege with a concern that Soi Fon was blinded to in her frenzy. With Yamamoto and others. They sat, watching and feeling the battles around them begin. Most of them were enjoying tea, Sasakaibe and Nanao competing over who made the better tea, while the head captain and Kairaku had some sake instead. He remarked that the events and possible revelations to come put his nerves on edge for the first time in a long while. He must have really angered Kachiki for him to go that hard right off the bat. Kairaku commented, pouring his old teacher another cup. He is strong and a dedicated warrior, but he will not beat that boy. Yamamoto said as the two warriors clashed in the distance. He has grown overconfident and complacent in his power. As a noble and a captain who's had centuries of training to hone his skills, he cannot believe that a human with Shinigami powers could ever really match him. In his eyes, Aizen didn't try to fight and Zaraki is a mindless brute. He took a drink to calm himself. He has long had the power to back his arrogance, but Ichigo will test that mettle. And he will break it. Watch him well, Shunsui, Jushiro. Right or wrong, that boy will be my next disciple. He has too much potential to just waste. He said, and to hell with the C-46 if they try to stop him. This boy would be their ace against the Quincy's. Ichigo versus Byakuya. Their blades were locked against each other, the massive Zangetsu and the unreleased Senbonzakura, as both warriors glared at each other. Byakuya, with hate and anger, and Ichigo, with will and determination. They separated and clashed a few more times. Byakuya, why didn't you try to save your sister? Ichigo grunted against his opponent's strength. She was ordered to die by the law I swore to uphold. He growled back, losing his cool against the man that failed him. And defiled his sister, but mostly failed him. I vowed to follow and never break the law on my parents' grave. Even if that meant killing your sister. Ichigo demanded. You were supposed to clear her name. Byakuya roared in anger. I'm bound by my word, so you were all the hope I had left. You would clear her name, take your sentence, and she would be free. But now, all of Soul Society wants her dead. Her fate is sealed and it's all your fault. He pointed the tip of his blade to the ground. And I swear, I will kill you for this. Bankai. He released his blade, creating a tunnel of massive katanas which collapsed into petals. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Ha! Ichigo noted as the swarms of petals moved. This might be fun.